What happened after that? Do you remember what happened after that?
I remember what happened. I got one by the head, and all of a sudden,
Pegasi.
yeah, it's
Okay. I
nobody
kind
can
of
talk
like
Latin.
Suicide Pegasus, but Suicide Pegasi. Not quite. Okay, thank you very much. So, what team are you?
We are the Colorado Warlords!
Okay, how'd you do today?
We won some, we lost some.
Okay, what would you say was the key to your successes?
Brotherhood. Friendship!
And what?
We brought together a good team. We merged together kind of two teams. A lot of people we fought with before. We had a lot of familiarity between our players. So I definitely think that was a big part of how we were able to come in and surprise people.
And how do you feel about being here at Carnage?
What?
How do you feel about being here at Carnage?
Carnage is the best!
All right. Thank you. What team you're fighting with this weekend?
Gary Houle Jr. I'm fighting with Steel Company.
What team you're fighting with this weekend?
Gary Houle Jr. I'm fighting with Steel Company, part of the Steel Legion.
And you got a nickname?
Murder No.
All right. So last I saw you were at the 2018 World Championships and your son had just turned 18 and you had him fight that day.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
It went great. It was awesome to finally see my son get in armor and be able to fight with him for the first time. He's been very active since and continues to fight.
But what's it like watching your son fight in a sport this dangerous and this exciting?
It's a double-edged sword. You know, I worry about him, but I'm glad he's throwing himself out there and putting the work in and part of it.
Okay.
Good morning and welcome back to Day 3 of Carolina Carnage at the T. Ed Garrison Livestock Arena in Pendleton, South Carolina. This event is presented by Palmetto Knights, and with me in the broadcast booth is Nace, the Moose Lord Maxfield.
Hey Sam, welcome everyone back to Carolina Carnage 2023. What you see here, we're about to have the female all versus all going down here in the list in just a few minutes.
The first day of competition was the duels and the Outritz Pro Fights. The second day was the 5 versus 5 for the men's and the ladies lists. Today we're going to start off with the ladies all versus all for the 6 teams that were represented here today. And Nate, you were telling me something yesterday about this being the largest number of female competitive teams here?
Yes, it is. In terms of the 5 versus 5 melee category, this is the biggest event for the females that they've had in the United States so far.
Outstanding. And this is the largest all versus all crew I've seen at Carolina Carnage yet. Following the ladies all versus all, we will be picking back up with the men's 5 versus 5 finals. It'll be a round robin format for the competing teams, and following that will be the men's 12 versus 12.
Now, Sam, which teams made it into the finals for the men's 5 versus 5?
So the men's 5 versus 5 has the Iron Lions, Kenyaz USA, Warlords, Dominus, White Company, Skullgrims, and that looks like the list.
It should have been 6 teams total. All had a very good dominant performances yesterday, and all those fights will be definitely a hard-fought time for a lot of them. So I'm looking forward to announcing those fights as we see them.
Taking a look at the crews here on the field, it looks like the ladies all versus all has divided up into basically Walkurin on the right in the black tabards there at the red gate on your screen now. And on the other side, I saw a mix of Steel Coven and Sororitas Pegasi. Not sure if there are any other of the ladies' teams represented out there. We may have I believe we have a plague rat out there as well, possibly. Marshall's getting ready to start the action. Always our team in yellow out there looking out for safety.
Looks like we have 7 versus 7 here in the females all versus all. Both teams moving up. Typically you'll see these kind of movements in larger. They like to line up right there in the middle and have the good whacks at each other.
One fighter down on the blue team.
Checking out.
And a good head hook at the top.
Comes a good charge from the rack there. Tripping over a body.
Oh, a big
and
pile
another one
going
goes
down in the near side of the field.
We've got a couple 1v1 grapples at the top of the rail, top of the list. Oh, it looks like another of the Steel Coven has gone down.
And it looks like it's 5 fighters left standing, with 3 on the side of the Steel Coven mix.
And
I see 2 Walkurian fighters still standing. And now just
last
one.
Looks like 3-on-1.
And that ends the first round of the ladies all versus all.
We might catch what Larry called that team. We call them the Blue Gate if we would like. While they're resetting, we'd like to again thank our sponsors: Historicum, Age of Craft, Buhurt Tech, Gohurt, Canadian Buhurt Shop, Red Snake Armory, Soft Warrior, and special thanks to Sean Strassner and John Bilby. Thank you again for providing all of your contributions to help make this event possible, and we look forward to having a good show today.
We've got a little bit of a replay here of the opening action for the ladies all versus all.
Good strikes, another back to the list as we've seen so many times before.
Both teams taking a moment to regroup, catch a little breath. No alternates in the all versus all. They're all out there on the field.
Ooh, looks like we see a two-handed falchion coming out for the first time, I believe.
And we'd like to thank you for joining us in the live stream today on whichever platform. I'll be monitoring the YouTube Buhurt League chat myself. If you'd like to make a comment or a shout out there, let us know.
Going for some,
a good trip there in the center of the field.
Grappling at the top of the list.
And a trade at the top. Oh, a good hit from the side, but that fighter stays standing.
Right behind him.
I think that might have been friendly fire. I'm not sure.
All right, another good takedown in the open of the field there. Moving on to the next. Those axe shots.
Oh, power shots raining in at the far side of the field.
Good grapple at the top of the list.
A good hit from the side.
Ooh, big shots going into the back of that fighter.
And that fight called as a 5-1 because one of the Steel Coven fighters lost their weapon, I believe.
I do believe so.
And only one other still standing. We saw a good kind of blindsided takedown. Nate, you were telling me a lot yesterday about field awareness and how important it is. And I think we saw that yesterday and beginning to see it again today.
Yeah, definitely. Being able to understand where your opponents are at, where your friends are at, and not having your back to list more than 2 or 3 seconds, or you end up with those charges we saw all day yesterday, taking out fighters left and right. So.
Taking a look at the chat now. For folks that are wondering which fighter is which numbered competitor on which team, you can find that on the Palmetto Knights website, palmettoknights.com/Carolina-Carnage, or you can follow the link for Carolina Carnage on the Palmetto Knights homepage, and it has a list of all the fights, the results so far, as well as the roster and the fighters competing.
It's a little chilly day here in the arena. We've got our spectators slowly filtering in for a good day of fighting. Had an injury there on the field, looks like.
Always good to see that if an injury does occur, that the fighter is able to leave the field under their own power. And hopefully it's nothing too serious.
We have an outstanding medical staff here, and they'll definitely see to that fighter, make sure they're all right.
And a big shout out to Glenn, the head of our medical staff here. Glad to have you as always, Glenn.
This looks like 2-on-1 at the top of the rail. Struggling to get that fighter down.
So apparently they didn't call an end, and now they do.
That one.
Yesterday's ticket sales, I believe, topped over 300, which is the largest spectator event that we've had here at Carolina Carnage so far. And I expect it'll be even higher next year.
I agree. The more every year this venue and this event grows bigger and bigger, more competitors, more awareness of the sport, and it's only up from here.
And Nate, you've got better numbers on this than I do. How many competitors are here today?
Yes, for the 3-day event that we had over 300 register and 260 compete total over the last 3 days.
Outstanding. And by my count, I think it was 16 men's 5 versus 5 teams and 6 ladies 5 versus 5 teams.
That is correct, yeah.
Made up of up to 8 individuals, and then duelists and outrance fighters on top of that.
As well, yeah. So a lot of good mix, and the competition this year is extremely high in both duels and in 5 versus 5s for both male and female. So I'm really excited to call these next fights.
And we've got some winners from previous competition from the weekend. The most recent unannounced winners so far from yesterday's ladies 5 versus 5 competition. First place went to Sororitas Pegasi, second place went to Den Lock, and third was Walkurin. Very good fighting yesterday in the ladies division, absolutely.
Oh yeah, definitely that last fight between Pegasi and Den Lock. That was a tough fight for both of them. They went to 4 rounds yesterday. I think it was the longest fights we had.
We had I believe, a draw first, then a Den Lock win, followed by 2 Pegasi win.
I believe that was it.
Pegasi had gone 5-1 in all of their rounds up to that fight with Den Lock.
Yeah, it was definitely a hard fight for both of them. All right. Round 3 of the female all versus all. That middle fighter pushing into the bottom rail, grappling and searing, trying to get head control to get a good takedown.
First fighter down, and 2 more.
Looks like a trade at the top of the rail. That fighter moving in for a takedown from the rear, and is able to do
Great
so.
work by that poleaxe fighter there in what looks like a yellow belt from Walkurin. Responsible for several of the takedowns so far, I believe.
It's going. See if they can get her wrapped around, get a leg. Trying to help each other out. Another fighter down.
And the marshals call the fight there.
It's like Walkurin's going to take that round.
Some other results from the duels fighting on Friday, day 1. In Sword and Shield men's category, first place went to Greg Fisher. Second place was Andrew McCabe, and third was Sean Fabian. The ladies' winners for Sword and Shield, first place went to Shoshana Shalana, second place to Celeste, and third to Katie Bowman. The longsword competitors were valiant out there and had a great time, I believe. And first place went to Jonathan McCartney, second place to our own Nate Moose Lord Maxfield,
Thanks so much.
in a very, very close and a glorious to watch final round. Separated only by 1 point.
Yes, sir, it was.
And a broken sword at the end as well.
Unfortunately, yes. By myself.
An expensive end to the fight, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
And third place went to Ben Spiller. In the ladies' longsword category, we had Julie Peterson as the winner. Celeste took silver, and Spencer Sybeck took third. And this is wrapping up our ladies all versus all. Great competition out there this weekend. We have a treat for the fighters later today after the competition wraps up. White Company, one of our visiting international teams, will be doing a seminar to help with some training. And Nate, I believe you've fought and trained with them in the past, is that correct?
I have fought them before when I was living in Germany for the last 2 years. I got to go against them in a couple tournaments, as well as fought them in Botten in 2019. That was when I was first started out in the melees, and it was a tough fight. We definitely did not win.
And taking the field now for the men's 5 versus 5. This is not the final competition. This is the final bracket fought in a round-robin format. On the right side of your screen at the red gate, we have Kinyas USA fighting out of Detroit, Michigan. And on the left side of your screen, we have the Iron Lions in white and black quartered tabards fighting out of Virginia.
Yeah. Both these teams fought really hard yesterday, made it out of their bracket. I'm excited for both of them to be able to, actually I'm excited for this whole bracket and just the amount of competition and level and athleticism we're about to see is going to be really mind-blowing. So
Absolutely. This is going to be the best fighting so far.
Let's see. I do believe Kenya does have the edge on this fight with a little bit more experience, and they do have a lot of mobility. If the Iron Lions can kind of shut them down and keep their strikers going, I think they stand a really good chance of taking a round at least.
Good. For those of you in the chat, go ahead and start cheering out who you think's going to win or who you're cheering for today. Madison, thanks for cheering on the Lions. And Manny, thanks for cheering on the Detroit team.
Also, if in the chat, go ahead and give us a shout out from where you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you.
And go ahead and start sharing out this link all over social media and to your friends via text message, messenger pigeon, whatever you got. Get them into the chat and make sure they don't miss any of the great action going on here today.
It is just starting, and we're about to see some great fights. So let's give more awareness for our sport. All right, let's see. Got Andrew McCabe there in the center. We'll see if he gets any of his darting or running into the backfield.
If Andrew does not run in a competition, it's probably because he's asleep. He had such a great showing in the duels the other day and fighting yesterday.
Takedown by Iron Lions at the top of the list.
And Kenyaz now is at a 4-3 advantage with a trade on the near side.
That Iron Lions fighter trying to go over there. And
there's Andrew's first run in.
Getting head control, going to probably pull him out. That fighter able to escape. Oh, good
and a wonderful dodge.
Oh, 3-1. However, that was a beautiful takedown by the Iron Lions. Unfortunately, his teammate went down at the same time, resulting in a 3-on-1 for Kenya.
Looked like he was getting charged by a bull and pulled that red cape out of the way. Went right under the list.
Right into it.
Here we have a replay of the opening action.
Takedown by the Kenyas at the top, giving them that advantage.
We have a trade coming in there.
Good read on that fighter, going to help out his friend in the corner there. It's always difficult having to go into a 2-on-1.
Here we go. Let's see that dodge. Beautiful.
Another
and a
good
great
throw
by
Andrew. Andrew. Yeah, both these teams have that mobility that they can use, as you saw. Both their centers moving around quickly on that field.
Philip, thanks for watching from Idaho. Glad to have you here.
Philip, that's my home state as well.
Papa Bear, thanks for cheering on from Nova Scotia.
All right, second round. Early engagement at the bottom of the list by Iron Lions.
Looks like we have an axe on the ground already.
Oh, again, there's that cross check you saw. Oh, another
and a
wonderful
great throw. And a hard hit. That hard hit took down 2.
Andrew McCabe putting in work. As Kenya is swarming the last fight of Iron Lions before the marshals got in there.
That whole round should be a replay.
Let's see it again.
That whole match, I think, is going on the highlight reel. So first contact here, a hard shot from the side, taking that fighter down. I believe that was Andrew again with a great arm toss.
Using that momentum
and one
him.
into the other. Andrew
Dominus.
responsible for all 4 takedowns.
Here in the biz, we call that a strike.
It looked like he was bowling and got a strike.
Yeah. Bounce around everywhere. That's the power of Andrew McCabe. You let him get some runs in there, get that momentum going, and he can do some damage. So,
Manny, thanks for cheering on Kenyas from Grand Rapids. Entering the list now on the right side of your screen at the red gate, we have Dominus. Their opponents will be the Warlords. Up next, we'll have our 2 international teams, the Skolagrims fighting White Company. Skolagrims, of course, from Canada, and White Company from England. So thankful they made the trip over here.
Yeah, some of the gentlemen from Canada came spend almost 24 hours in the car just to get here. So coming all the way down. Appreciate your support. Now, these next 2 teams are arguably arguably some of the best in the United States currently. I do believe the Warlords have more of a reigning title at the moment, but Dominus here to show their dominant performance.
Paul, thanks for cheering on Skullgrims from Ottawa. It's an early morning for some of you folks. Thank you for joining us here at Carolina Carnage.
All these fighters and all these teams are definitely very familiar with each other, and I'll be interested to see their fighting styles. I believe Dominus will probably take more of their classic approach of a very steady grind and grappling and getting those 2-on-1s for the advantage.
And this round-robin format for all of these awesome 6 teams, I think it's going to be really good. Sometimes you miss the matchups you want the most to see, but with this round-robin format, you get to see everybody at everything.
Yeah, it'll be truly spectacular, and I'm really excited to see it all.
Megan, thanks for joining us from the UK, cheering on White Company.
All right.
And Chad, welcome back.
Round one begins. Warlords, I believe they're going to try to use their mobility here. See that grind, as I was saying, trying to get that fighter down, and a good throw.
One Warlord down, 5-4 Dominus. Movement of the centers.
Looks like Warlords have lost a weapon, and they're making him pay for it. 5-4 advantage to Dominus, and another Warlord's down.
So 5-3 at the moment. Going for a single leg takedown.
It is a legal move as long as you be careful of the back of the knee. To Dominus trying to take down the larger Warlords fighter in the top.
We have a good dance going on down here in the lower left portion of the screen. That Warlord,
good
a strong
throw.
takedown. Lots of great footwork prior to that. But only so much you can do with two.
Dominus doing a good job of keeping that bigger fighter away from his friend, not allowing them to get back to back.
And with the rule of ending the fight when it's 3 or more to 1, you don't have to take down the biggest fighter. They can stay standing until the end as long as they're outnumbered enough.
Wonderful kick to the back and sent him tumbling over.
And that's the fight. Dominant fashion.
Good job by Dominus. Again, controlling those fighters, not letting them be as mobile, and then making advantages when they lost a weapon. So,
Dominus victorious. And did that look like 4-1?
That was I do believe 5-1.
5-1.
Good job tying up that big fighter while they let the rest of their teammates put in work. Beautiful
leg
kick.
sweep. Yeah.
That fighter had all his weight on that leg, and he just kicked it right out from underneath him.
Jeremy, thanks for joining us from Northern Ontario, cheering on the Skullgrims. Art, thanks for being with us all the way from Colorado Springs.
Let's see what kind of adjustment the Warlords are going to make to try to take this to round 3. Got their bigger fighters on the top of the rail there. I do believe they're going to try to use, again, their mobility. The Warlords are a great grappling team, but I think the Dominus has that edge. Dominus is outstanding trippers, as you had seen in the previous round. All right, looks like the Marshals are doing one last little talking to that Warlords fighter. I believe it might have something to do with his helmet and the aesthetics of it.
It looks like that drape may have broken away
At some point.
Yeah.
That is not a good look. Alrighty.
So we're getting some advice from the chat that it may have been 4-1 with having a Dominus fighter sat down somewhere during the competition.
Oh, thanks for that look.
And you're getting some shout outs in the chat, Nate.
Oh, hello.
And some appreciation for the commentary. Well, we're here because you're here.
Exactly.
Thank you for joining us, and bring more folks along.
Alrighty. Dominus taking a slow approach at the top of the list. slowly engaging. You can kind of see the fighters at the bottom are drawing those two fighters further and further away from their center, making it harder for that center to cover both top and bottom rail.
And I can't see what the second Dominus fighter is carrying, but it looks like they've gone weapon only or weapon and shield this round.
Yeah, he's got a axe and shield. As you see, good maneuvered by that Dominus fighter. You saw his back of his, had his back to the list and instantly found it. Beautiful
one Warlord
throw.
down. And one Dominus fighter down. It's 4-4. A mobile fight here in the center.
Good mobility by both those fighters. Dancing around trying to get the advantage on the throw. Again, at the top of the list. Warlords fighter trying to make something happen across the list.
Not much worried about a blindside there. He's turned directly toward him, but briefly having the advantage in the scrum.
That smaller Dominus fighter trying to get out there to be able to make a better, and it takes a beautiful throw.
And a Warlord down. 4-3 in favor of Dominus.
Looks like we're about to have another takedown there. And we do. Dominus takes another one down.
Hard shots to the arm. And it looks like we have another Warlord down. 4-2 Dominus.
Teamwork makes the dream work, trying to get that bigger fighter number 4 down on the ground. Again, using those bodies.
And there we go. That's the round. 4-1 for Dominus.
Good performance there. Again, Dominus using great teamwork to take down those bigger opponents.
Here, taking a look at the replay, we have some great mobility there. Good field awareness and staying on their feet. And watching this mobile fight here in the center. Great footwork by both parties. And it was kind of strange not to see more two-handed poleaxes out there. A lot more grappling that round.
Dominus is a very technical team. They focus a lot on the grappling and the trips and throws, as you saw. Not a big strikers, but that doesn't mean they can't hit hard. Good takedown.
Good teamwork there. Very coordinated effort.
As you can see, one usually tries to rip the head back as the other one helps push him in that direction just to get that enough leverage to bring him down.
And good tag team effort there. A fighter coming into the near and allowing the fighter to move over to the second 2-on-1 on the side of the field.
Also using the bodies on the ground to help those trips and throws. All right, next up we have White Company in the black and white and Skullgrims in the orange. Both these teams, I said, are international. Skullgrims from Canada, White Company from England.
Chad from Australia is letting us know that some of the fighters, I believe, on the Wardens may be from Australia flying in as mercs. Have you heard that?
I did not hear that. And I knew we had, I think, 1 or 2 Australian fighters here. I didn't know which teams they were actually fighting for. So,
well, that'd be great. Now, take a look at the field right now. You've got 2 of the best teams on the field today. White Company on the left in white and black, Skullgrim on the right in orange. And this is going to be a technical fight, a brutal fight, and the first fight for both of these teams today. I think, what do you think, Nate? Is this the fight they want first so that they face possibly their toughest opponent first while they're fresh, or would they rather see their opponent a little more tired?
I mean, it all comes down to strategy. I think if you are a good team and have that athleticism, it doesn't matter at what point you fight your opponents. You just hope sometimes you get them a little bit later in the round so they're a little bit more tired, but at this level of fighting, all of these fighters out here have very deep gas tanks, and so I don't think you'll see too much of any of these teams getting overly exhausted.
And Chad's updating that we also have fighters with us on Dominus as well, I believe. The Aussie fighters there.
Oh, yes. My apologies. Yeah, Colin Campbell came out from Australia He was an American fighter, and he's been living in Australia for the last couple of years, and he made a surprise visit to me here this weekend, so
Good.
I'm really glad to see him.
I believe Colin also won the ultra heavyweight Outrance fight.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Exactly right. My apologies for that. He was here. Is here.
And also a couple of Merc fighters fighting with Den Locke on the ladies' side.
Yes, and they put up an outstanding performance yesterday. A lot of great fights from Den Locke.
Looks like we're doing a brief list field repair.
Yeah, having a big 200, 300-pound dudes running into the side of the list can sometimes cause some damage, as you would imagine. Excellent. Looks like the list has finally been repaired, and it looks like we're ready to get round one underway.
This is such a good surface to be fighting on. One of the last tournaments I was able to attend was an indoor tournament on a ballroom floor, and that was slick.
Skalgrim's pushing up. Again, you can kind of see them getting spread out. The middle fighter's got to dictate which side he wants to go to. So they're choosing the top of the rail.
Choosing their shots carefully at the moment.
Both those centers keeping an eye on both the grapples going on, see where they can help out as needed.
A very technical fight so far, not a lot of running.
I see a lot of strikes, so hopefully loosen them up so that they have that 1 or 2 millisecond to get that throw in. Taking in those microseconds of shots.
Here we have our first movement. The center for Skalgrim coming across.
A good
deflection.
Now let's put him in the crosshairs for some of those White Company. White Company trying to get that super small 2-on-1 quickly.
Trading dance partners all over the field.
Both of them just trying to get that advantage. Grinding.
Mostly divided into one-on-ones now.
White Company with that great field awareness there. Looking at
this may be the longest fight we've had without someone going down yet.
I believe so.
And certainly expected out of these two great teams.
White Company doing a beautiful job of watching their brothers' backs and
keeping the whole fight within one frame for us.
Exactly.
That's great too. Oh, a hard strike there in the center. Good block.
Great block on White Company.
Oh,
and we have our first
a powerful shield hammer strike, taking down a Skalgrim.
That White Company went right out the list.
And another one, it's 4-4, evenly matched.
That Skalgrim fighter trying hard to stay up against that onslaught from White Company.
Getting some backup now.
Looks like one of Skalgrim had lost a weapon. White
and
Company
a trade. It's 3-3. That Skalgrim has retrieved a weapon now and can be offensive again. Hard shield punches shrugged off by Skalgrim.
It looks like White Company has a gauntlet stuck in the grill of a Skalgrim's helmet up there in the top right corner.
Absolutely.
I don't know if the marshals see that or not. So the marshals discussing whether or not they should intervene.
I think now the marshals are noticing it. Two one-on-one fights on opposite sides of the list. A brief hold.
A stop
fight called by the head marshal.
As they try to disengage that gauntlet to that fighter's face. Bringing a whole new meaning to talk to the hands.
Or throw down the gauntlet. He didn't even bother throwing it down.
Oh my goodness, that is definitely in there.
Taking a big risk there. I'm sure they'll figure it out.
I've heard finders keepers. Oh, and it got finally dislodged.
Yay! And a cheer from the crowd.
The fighter does get to stay in, even though he removed his gauntlet. All right, looks like we're breaking up.
And 3-3, the battle continues.
Looks like Skalgrim
about
going
to
to try
push
to
him
use
back.
those bodies
And
was
there's
used
the
it
trip.
successfully, but he lost his weapon at the same time.
3-2 in favor of Skalgrim.
Skalgrim coming
The White
out.
Company is not out of the fight.
Not at all. Skalgrim trying to charge.
Oh, great field awareness. Nearly getting blindsided by the larger fighter. But White Company keeping their head on the swivel. And another gauntlet stuck in chainmail on the left side. Pardon me for the redundancy.
They got some.
Looks like a gauntlet might be caught in that Aventail.
Oh yeah, looks like it. Got White Company has some sticky hands here in the United States. Coming down to a little bit of a standstill. Marshals will break up a fight after 10 seconds of inactivity. White Company going in to help his friend there. Trying to get a good throw, but unable to see it all the way through.
Let's see. Does that White Company fighter still have a weapon? I don't see one. Only the shield.
I do not know.
Unless it's reversed gripped. And it's 3-1 in favor of Skalgrim, taking the first round. And indeed, that gauntlet was stuck in the Kameo, but quickly removed.
It looks like he did lose his weapon in that as well. Skalgrim, that was a tough fight. Skalgrim able to use the bodies on the ground to push their opponents over. Getting that advantage is needed. We'll see White Company regroup and go after it again.
So this is after we saw one Skalgrim down. I think we're about to see that White Company fighter go under the list field in just a second.
Yep. Trade there. Yeah, unfortunately, that White Company fighter did a sprint right under the list.
There's her stuck gauntlet.
Trying to be a little more hands-on than usual.
And a good trip.
Retrieving his weapon from the list.
Now, if the weapon had been out of his hand before the trip, would they have stood the White Company fighter back up?
They could have, yes. It would have been an illegal offensive action, and they could have actually brought that fighter back into the fight. Alrighty.
Tibor, thanks for cheering on from Hungary. We're getting ready for round 2.
Looks like White's Company's brought in a two-handed axe. And we're into round 2. I expect to see more of a grind when it comes to grappling here again.
A little more initial aggression from White Company. And a weapon down.
Skalgrim
White Company stepping in to try to take the advantage of the brief numbers advantage.
Looks like maybe.
That fighter was able to retrieve their weapon.
White Company making a...
And a leg grab from behind. Dancing around in the single leg.
Not quite able to take him down.
And it's reversed into a trade.
Oh, there we go.
4-4.
The Mongol fighter from Skalgrim trying to take the White Company, but White Company able to shake it.
Skalgrim not able to pull down White Company.
Ooh, good shot to the...
Ah, strong shot to the backside.
Yeah.
And it's 4-3, 4-2 in favor of White Company. And that Skalgrim fighter not in a good position, and that ends the fight. 4-1 in favor of White Company. Some very painful strikes landing there at the end of that fight.
Yeah, he'll think twice about sitting down the next couple days, I'm sure. All right, and we take this round to a third.
Taking a look at a bit of the replay early on in the action. And that right there, the center for Skalgrim, that changed the tide.
Definitely.
4-3.
Big shot coming in right into the back. That's gotta hurt. It's those loud thumps that you hear, you know, the more painful ones, you know.
Making some kidney mash there.
Skalgrim's trying to figure out who their 5th member is going to be. White Company strategizing there, making a couple substitution as well.
Bringing the 5th Skalgrim fighter onto the field.
Alrighty. Let's see both teams fighting to take this final round.
After this, we have Kenya's USA versus Dominus.
It'll be interesting to see the mobility of Kenya's versus Dominus's grappling, heavy grapple style. Alrighty. Both these teams, heavy hitters, great grapplers.
And here we go for round 3. White Company wasting no time. Made contact with the center.
Again, bottom of the rail, drawing those two to the back of the list.
That Skullgrim center prefers the far side of the field here.
He does indeed. Trying to.
In previous bouts, he's kind of weighted up there, backing up teammates, and then collapsed down on the near side with great effect.
Well, we have Skullgrim's down already. Advantage 5-4 White Company. That Skullgrim's fighter trying to get over there to help his friend.
5-4 is a hard enough numbers game in this sport, but against White Company, we'll see if Skullgrim can come back.
Big shots coming down the back of that fighter's. Another trade.
And a trade. It's 4-3 in favor of White Company.
Taking the shot at those hands, which is a completely legal shot.
And Skullgrim center can't break away to even out the fight in the corner without leaving his partner.
Another good takedown.
Overpowered. Now
Company.
It's 4-2 White Company.
White Company lost the weapon, going back there to retrieve it, while his buddies try to take down these last two.
And a similar situation from Skullgrim. White Company attacking the hands of that Skullgrim fighting and knocking the weapon back down onto the shelf.
Making him pay to get every little bit of that axe.
Continual strong hits to the hand.
Hey, you can't hit him if you don't have any hands. Almost had a good throw there.
But still not giving up. Skullgrim, if anybody has a chance coming back at this disadvantage, it is Skullgrim.
Big shots coming in from that White Company fighter at the bottom of the list.
We finally got some fighting that we can see without having to look at the TV for it. This is good.
There's using that forearm
and
to bring
it's
him down.
4-1 White Company.
Excellent fighting.
Taking
Hard
3 fighters to take down that Skullgrim center.
I'd like to see that. I'm sure that Skullgrim's fighter is going to get his hands checked out. After that, they were making brutal work of those shots, making him pay for those.
Taking a look at the replay. We had that first Skullgrim go down.
Good pinning, that Skullgrim fighter there in the bottom of the list.
These are those attacks on the fighter's hands.
Again, you can't attack if you can't hold on to the axe. So. Painful shots. That's why we have armor. Gauntlets are one of the most important pieces of equipment that you have on the field, along with your helmet. Alrighty, so next we have Kenya's in the black and red, and Dominus in the blue, black, and gold. I believe Kenya's is definitely going to try to use their mobility that they've been using the whole tournament to hopefully take a couple of advantages of potentially some Dominus fighters in the rear.
Both Kenya's and Dominus winning their first bouts.
Again, these are two teams that are very familiar with each other. A lot of veteran fighters on both sides of this list. And they've fought with and against each other on multiple occasions. Well, that's the beauty about this sport. You get to fight your friends and then beat them with an axe, drink with them after.
And I hear there was some Gatorade and water, Kool-Aid, sweet tea, and no alcoholic beverage last night, were there?
Not at all. I think all the fighters went right back to their hotel and took a nice little nap and prepared for today.
Brushed their teeth, said their prayers, drank some apple juice maybe.
Exactly. Called their moms and their dads.
Very good. Ready for round one, Kenyaz versus Dominus.
Alrighty. Kenya setting up. Oh, there's a quick sprint from the fighter.
And the center's not engaging. And that may have been a mistake from Kenyaz not to engage the center. Because now they're down.
Oh, looks like Dominus just lost
Dominus.
a weapon at the top of the list.
And another Kenyaz fighter down. It is 5-3 in favor of Dominus.
Dominus now pushing the advantage.
Oh, and 5-2.
Dominus making quick work of Kenya's. Big
Dominus fighter
shots coming into
stretching out his opponent for that pole arm. 5-1 Dominus.
5-1 Dominus.
In quick fashion.
Taking that quick initial burst into the backfield of Kenya is really threw Kenya's for a loop. They didn't know quite how to react on it, and I think that's ultimately what got him that victory.
Taking a look at the replay, we see our first takedown. Our second one coming here in just a moment on the near side.
Beautiful shots coming in.
I think the weapon may have caught the back of the calf there.
We're close to it. Dominus again.
It didn't look like it was an intentional strike, just maybe that it didn't allow the foot to have as much movement as normal. If you're enjoying what you're seeing today and enjoying this live stream, please give it a like. Share it out on your social media. If you enjoy this sport and want to see more of it, we need to grow this sport even further than we've gone so far.
All right, round two starting.
Quickly moving in before the marshal can even get off the field.
Leg grab and put down.
Quick committing. 5-4 Dominus.
Kenya is trying to use their speed and mobility to make something happen.
And I believe that may have been a kick to take it to 5-3 in favor of Dominus.
A run like that looked like he hit a brick wall.
And another fight, and it's 5-1 again. Dominus dominating in their second round.
Dominus keeping it very cool with that initial rush of Kenya's. We're able to let the chaos go and make it happen. Looks like we need to hire a bodyguard around our booth.
I think that was a kick that took down that Kenyaz fighter there.
That's what happens. Sometimes you get all that momentum and has nowhere to go except right back into you. Alrighty. Skullgrim coming back into the list against Iron Lion from Virginia.
I am guessing Skullgrim has only had 2 rounds of Dominus over Kenyaz to rest up for this fight, but I don't think Skullgrim is going to come in tired. I think they're going to come in angry and ready to fight.
I agree. I think Iron Lions, what they need to do here is tap their big fighters and keep their strikers hitting hard. They have a couple huge power hitters down there in Iron Lions, and I believe if they can utilize those strikers and keep them swinging, that they might actually be able to take this round.
Risto, thanks for cheering from Finland.
Yeah, you are right. Skullgrim did not get much of a break there, but these are top-notch athletes, and I do believe that they'll be able to come out here and definitely be dangerous. There's no stick to shake at. The Iron Lions need to be careful if they're feeling a little bit overconfident right now. Iron Lions had those 2 huge fighters on the rails. Those guys will definitely be hard to take down. Make a little adjustment. All right. Grapple beginning at the top of the list. Doing a great job. Looks like Iron Lions slowly pushing them towards their side of the list.
And great teamwork there. The Axeman trying to hit the hip of the Iron Lion, and his partner putting the buckler in the way.
The center's doing a great job of not letting them get any kind of good position.
A great mobile fight there by the centers. And the first takedown. Skullgrim up 5-4.
Good throw, an open field throw. Not being able to take the advantage.
And another Lion down.
Skullgrim
5-3.
lost his weapon.
plenty of time to retrieve. I think a Skalgrim may have gone down in that takedown as well.
Oh, yeah, see that. Axe shots
4-3.
raining in from the back of that Iron Lions fighter. Looks
And
like we've got a trade.
Another trade. We're 3-2 in favor of Skalgrim.
Iron Lions still have a chance.
Almost a takedown
and
a
a
trade.
trade.
It is
2-on-1.
2-1. And that was a hard punch.
Punch is coming right into them. There. He's trying to get out. He's
Looks
got
like they're trying to trade gauntlets again. This time, Knuckles first.
Looks like he's got a hold of his weapon. Can't quite get it free. Oh, able to do so. Nice.
And I think he didn't drop his weapon. He may just be trading out.
All right, here we go.
The fans saying, "Get to the chopper."
Uh-oh.
No.
Looks like they sat that fighter down.
Oh.
I do believe that's because he was handed the weapon. He did not pick it up straight from the list. Is why the marshals sat him.
Good eye from the marshals, making sure it's fair.
And now it is a 1v1. They will break it up after 10 seconds of inactivity, as you see the marshal counting there. They will bring them back to the center of the list.
Okay.
After 10 seconds of inactivity, they will break up the fighters like you see here.
And I recall seeing that Skalgrim fighter yesterday standing strong against several others. This is going to be a tough fight.
It says that Iron Lions fighter needs to be smart and pick his moment. One-on-one. Again,
like
all of these fights coming down to the wire.
Oh, hard blocking with a wrist.
I'm careful with that.
A better
There you
block
go.
there to deflect.
Oh,
But
trying to
grabbing the
disarm
weapon.
him. Trying to get head control.
I
There
think
you go.
knees are coming. Oh, a shove.
Good push into the corner. See if he can use any of those bodies on the ground to potentially push or throw that Skalgrim fighter over it.
7, 8, 9, and 10. Well, the marshal, I think, saw a leg entrapment.
And they'll
but he's
break
gonna
him up
bring back
again.
out. Yep.
Both these fighters trying to get the win for their team. We do have a time limit on each of the rounds, and if they do that, reach that time limit, it will be considered a draw. Both staring each other down. Both these fighters are massive guys. Hate to be hit or punched by either one of them. Both rocking a wolf rib with great visibility and great breathing. I do believe that's one of Iron Lion's newer fighters, mercenary from Tidewater, out of North Fort, Virginia as well.
And looks like that fighter may be trying to. They need to watch out for that poleaxe. Either fighter could trip over that.
Yeah, I see it down there. Skalgrim trying to go for the legs there. Oh, they're playing footsie.
They needed to watch that axe near the wolf rib.
Yep. And
There we go.
another break. They're going to take him all the way to the middle to try to avoid them from going into that corner.
And the floor announcer giving us a 1-minute warning.
All right, they're squaring up. Both of them, again, hesitant to engage, moving slowly towards the list.
Now, we saw several draws in the second bracket of fighting yesterday.
That we did. I'll be very surprised if this does take a draw. Again, both fighters want to be careful about trying to get the head control. It's an important thing to do.
If that lion fighter can, there we go, possibly hook that axe.
Both these guys trying hard, getting the leg.
Oh, a good sweep that affected both legs.
Down to
Finishing
the
strong
last
here.
Oh, and it's a draw. Great fight from the Iron Lions and Skalgrim.
A 1-1 draw for the first round of Iron Lions versus Skalgrim.
Again, I know we were talking about earlier about endurance, and I know the other teams watching on the sideline are definitely happy that this is going longer than it needs to be.
Taking a look at the replay, a good takedown there.
See right there? I do believe, yeah. That fighter was handed the weapon instead of picking it up off the rail, and that's what. Maybe that wasn't that spot. Oh, that's later in the fight. Excuse me. The trade there.
And then some hard punch shots following up. And then the end of the fight here.
Looks like definitely that Iron Lion's fine reacting to those shots going to the gauntlet. It is a legal strike zone. But what are not legal strike zones are the feet, the back of the knee, the groin, back of the neck, and vertical strikes to the spine. You're also not allowed to do any kind of joint manipulation, and you cannot grab any of the blades of any of the axes or swords that you see there. You're not also allowed to attempt to remove any armor from any of the fighters. That is a safety violation. You are allowed to, as you saw on several occasions, weapons being stripped out of fighters' hands. You're allowed to do that. And you are allowed to have fun and smash each other in the face.
And for those of you new to this sport or just joining in, that yellow team out there without armor on, those are our marshals, making sure that the rules are followed and safety is paramount.
Alrighty.
Initial contact with the pole arms on the near side of the field.
Breaking down. Iron Lion's being aggressive.
A similar style opening in the first round.
Careful on one of those fighters on the right. I also imagine one of the Skullgrim looking to break away and help his friends at any moment.
And there's a buckler on the ground.
It's like a big fighter trying to take down Skullgrim. Oh, good throw of that.
And
Iron
Skullgrim
Lance.
up. And a trade.
And a trade.
It's going to be 3.
Oh.
And another lion down. It's going to be 4-2 in favor of Skullgrim. Not good odds for Lions.
Skullgrim looking to put this Iron Lions down. Oh.
And hard chopping shots. Both Lions going down at the same time. I think it's going to be a 4-0.
4-0 victory to Skullgrim. I know Skullgrim will be looking to repeat that quick victory in this next round. Iron Lions looking to come back and hopefully take this to third.
Taking a look at the replay here. The opening portion there showing the centers sizing each other up.
Good shots coming in from the Iron Lion center there. Now
and that polearm fighter taking more shots to the hand. Oh!
Using that jerking motion back and forth. To
just
really,
a stiff arm takedown.
Ooh, that could not feel good. That big man rolling on top of you.
And we see the kick.
That was a good kick to the thigh. It could have looked like the groin, but it's definitely a good kick to the thigh.
Some more of our winners from the duels tournament. The polearm men's division. First place was Bohumil from White Company. Second place, Matthew Creedican. And third place, Matt Stansby. First place in the ladies division was Spencer Sybeck. Second place was Amanda Hatt. And third was Ashley Fry. For the outrance fighters, men's had 5 weight classes. Lightweight was won by Boris Tuman. Middleweight by Johnny Porter. Heavyweight was won by Matthew Creedigan. Super heavyweight was Brandon Freeman. And ultra heavyweight was Colin Campbell. For the ladies division, only 2 weight classes. Lightweight was won by Shoshana Shalana, and heavyweight was Celeste.
All right, looks like Martel's doing one quick check over the Iron Lion shield. Something about the that shield the marshals didn't like.
At least 2 of our marshals here this weekend are international marshals here. And a treat for the marshals today. After the fighting concludes, while the fighters have a seminar going on, the marshals will have a seminar as well.
Yeah. Getting more experienced marshals is always important. It can really make and break an event having marshals. Obviously, you can't have the event without them. All right, round 3.
And here we go.
Skullgrim moving up at
a kick to first contact on the far side of the field. Head control on the near side, and a takedown, resulting in a trade, 4-4.
See if be careful of those bodies. That fighter needs to get out of there.
And another trade.
Managed to avoid.
And and now Skullgrim up 3.
It looks like that was
4-1.
Oh, that was a 4-1. Kind of a domino effect he had there.
And
fortunately for the Iron Lions.
a draw in the first round. Skullgrim takes the second 4-0 and the third 4-1 to take the match to Skullgrim.
That's exactly what Skullgrim wanted to see, a nice, clean, quick round to hopefully get their breath back for the next fight.
Up next, we have the Warlords versus White Company.
Another great fight.
Taking a look at the replay here, this is our first in our final series of takedowns. One takedown that resulted in tripping over a pile.
Good feat on that Skullgrim staying up in that pile up.
That pile up reminds me of the gelatinous cube. Anything that touches it is consumed.
Much like my appetite. For Buhurt, let's go. Alrighty. Warlords, excellent grapplers. I expect them to be a little bit more mobile and try to keep their strikers hitting hard. White Company is going to do what they do best, come out here and put Warlords into the dirt.
And again, if you're watching us on any of the multitude of streaming platforms, we're monitoring the chat on the Buhurt League YouTube page only right now. That's all we have the ability to monitor. If you'll log in there with us, we can check out your comments as they come in.
The Warlord taking shots to the arm. You can tell he's not liking him.
That polearm fighter timing
up
the strikes to come in right after White Company throws the sword. Make them pay for every shot they take.
White Company in the back trying to find an opportunity.
And White Company looking like they're trying to stalk that center.
Going for a charge in the back. Wasn't able to connect.
Powerful hits raining in from White Company.
Huge shot about to potentially come in. There's White Company getting that head control on that fighter. Oh, and Warlords take down.
And it's
White Company.
5-4 Warlords.
Just like Warlord trying to get their bearing again. Huge bombs. Oh,
And
another one.
Another blindside takedown. It's 5-3. And another possible upset here. 5-2 in favor of Warlords. White Company down for the first time.
Huge shots rolling into those White Company fighters from that polearm. Let's see how much more they can take. And the fight has been stopped.
And I'm wondering why. How was that called? Is that maybe a yield?
I don't think so.
No, I don't see that happening.
I don't see that out there either. Let's take a
Let's
look.
see if we can catch it in the replay. Hard shots to the hand on the upper end of the field.
Perhaps one of the White Fighter Company, White Company. Perhaps one of the fighters took a knee at one point in that. Yeah, maybe even unintentionally.
Hand shots. There's that blindside shot. Warlord spinning out of that control.
Surprised to see those charges being so successful on White Company. They're usually not so often caught in the open like that.
There's that other blindside, hard takedown.
That Warlords fighter was quick and saw an opportunity and took it.
And that brings us to the 5-2. And let's see if we can see where the contact is made. If a knee goes down somewhere.
I'm looking. I'm not. Maybe there's some sort of safety issue.
Fighter lost his gauntlet.
I saw it right there. Excellent.
One of the White Company lost a gauntlet from a strike. And the marshal stopped it there. So that was 5-1 for the Warlords.
Very impressive for Warlords. See if they can repeat the process.
The only round so far today that White Company lost was a 3-1 round to Skullgrim. I'll check my scorecard for yesterday's competition. But we have the second round.
Again, Warlords moving cautiously. I expect to see White Company slow it down a little bit and try to make a grind down on the Warlords there.
Warlords fighting out of Dallas, Texas.
Oh, careful there. Big shots coming in from that fighter at the bottom there from Warlords. Oh, there's a charge from the White Company. Wasn't able to connect. Oh,
and Warlords are up again, 5-4.
Comes it.
That blindside advantage not resulting this time.
White Company trying to Oh,
And-
looks like an axe broke from Warlords,
But luckily
White
they're on their
Company's-
side of the field.
making them pay for it. Oh, White Company took down a Warlords fighter. 2-on-1 of that upper left.
Oh, and a
And
trade.
another trade. Looks like we're at 3-3.
3-3 in favor. Hey,
Oh, Warlords goes down over a
now
body.
it's 3-2 in favor of White Company.
Pick up that
and
leg
3-1.
and bring that man down.
White Company taking round 2, forcing a third round.
What a great fight. White Company able to recover and get those takedowns where they needed them. Watch this, hopefully coming up here, right?
A hard hit.
Hard
Pole
chip.
Armin stays up.
On the left, a beautiful throw from that Warlord fighter. He's able to make that count. Good picking up on the White Company there, seeing that fighter running in the middle.
And at this point in the fight, Warlords were up 5-4.
Again, how many times have we seen a fighter lose a weapon and they struggle to get another one get taken down? And then great field awareness, using those bodies as a tool to help take down opponents. Totally legal.
And that's the end of the fight.
Right. Let's see who can take this next round.
By my count yesterday, White Company only lost one fighter in one round, taking everything as a 5-1, it looks like.
Oh, wow,
And a
that's
4-1 early on against Cerberus Emesis.
Yeah, very impressive.
So the Warlords certainly coming out strong today, making White Company work for that second round.
Yeah, these 6 teams in here, any one of them could be standing on the podium today. Let's see if Warlords can repeat that process of getting a couple good strikes in the open. White Company squaring off. Oh, looks like that axe got hooked into the gauntlet.
Not releasing there.
See how long that White Company fighter decides to hang on to that axe or go back and retrieve a new one.
And White Company dropped a weapon and has already picked up a spare.
Yep.
And
Both fighters taking a scan of the battlefield, see where they can best help their teammates.
a great shot of the action here, picking up all the fighters.
Looks like a shield's been dropped from maybe White Company.
And the two pole arms duking it out.
Oh, White Company almost had a good kick there. Let's see, it looks like grinding down. White Company doing what they do best. Getting the grapples, taking the strikes, and looking for those micro advantages.
3 1-on-1 and a 2-on-2.
It's like White Company might be getting a takedown here.
And
Oh, beautiful throw.
A Warlord down, 5-4 White Company.
Here comes their slow grind of White Company. Mercilessly taking
And
his,
so close to the ground, and the
that's
hand is in
dangerous.
contact.
That's a solid stop fight.
And a White Company falls, 4-3.
Looks like a trade there. Another Warlord down.
And it's 4-2. Tough spot to be in for the Warlords. White Company bouncing back after that first round.
Yep. Both those forearms tying each other up, allowing their teammates to put in the work. I've been in that position before. It's not a fun one to be in. 3 White Company and you in the corner.
If you're facing that 3-on-1, you're hoping your teammate in a 1-on-1 is going to come out victorious and come to back you up.
Now it looks like devolved into a 2-on-1 on both sides. See how much more the Warlords can take. White Company trying to disarm that Warlords fighter at the top. Again, striking at the hands.
Looks like
Those
using
have
a
gotta
two-handed
hurt.
strike with a one-handed sword.
That Warlords fighter just hanging on for dear life. A stop fight called by the marshals.
Unsure why. Oh, looks like there may be a shoulder, an armor issue there, and that's the fight. 4-1 for White Company.
White Company responding in kind to that drop round. very impressive coming out of Warlords. They weren't quite able to use that mobility in their striking like they did that first round. And White Company doing what they do best, just grinding them down in the grapple.
Taking a look at the replay here, the opening action.
Good strikes and mobility by White Company as well. Scanning the field, looking for the best opportunities. Again, field awareness is so important in these fights. Taking those shots where they can get them in.
And we see the coming up here, we'll have the first down fighter on the near side of our field.
Oh yeah, looks like his gauntlet was caught in the axe as well. And then just working those two fighters down.
And that's an interesting tactic on there at the blue gate. It looks like the weapon needs to be in contact with the gate, but the support member was pressing it down to lift the handle up.
Oh, interesting.
To get the handle off the rail, but still keep the weapon in contact.
Yeah, that might turn into a rules clarification at some point of what you can or can't do on that rail. Because as you did see, we did see a fighter get sat earlier today for specifically handing them a weapon.
So now we have Kenyaz USA in red and black facing Skullgrim. This is going to be certainly
a good fight.
Certainly a strong fight.
We'll see if Kenyaz uses their mobility. Ooh, sparks flying off those hits. Just goes to show you how hard these guys are hitting each other.
It looks like the Skullgrim fighter keeping a bead on Andrew, not letting him take advantage of the backfield attacks that he is so talented at.
Andrew, you can just see priming, just waiting to find that gap to shoot it. Good pickup on the Skullgrim center there. Following that's Andrew McCabe.
Andrew's got an open shot on the top side of the field.
He's waiting for it. He's going to go for it. Oh, maybe. He sees a back. He wants to put his axe right into it.
He may be trying to draw Skullgrim away from his teammate.
Oh,
there he goes. Skullgrim resisting the takedown.
There's
so
a
we
trade,
have a trade.
Trade in the top there. Andrew moving. Oh,
and Andrew
causing
a trade.
Andrew down.
It is 3-2 in favor of Skullgrim.
Let's see if they can make a rally. Oh,
aggressive action from Kenyaz to try to even out the numbers.
Huge axe shots going to that fighter at the top. Oh, he's able to escape. Potentially be able to be a little bit more mobile.
Good field awareness from Kenyaz there, using Skullgrim to block his partner.
And looks like Kenyaz switching dance partners there. Oh, actually, that Skullgrim pulled himself down.
Could have been a slip.
Now it's a 2-2 fight.
2-2 fight.
Oh,
I hope that Skullgrim fighter kneeling is okay.
Yeah, he looks like he's in a little bit of pain. Hopefully the marshals see that. But maybe also just taking a nice little breath there.
Oh, there's that axe I was grimacing at yesterday.
Kenya is trying to get to help. Oh, and it's a trade. Unfortunately, almost had it.
Kenyaz noticing the trade and the better position. There's still a body to trip his opponent over, or push him out under the fence. And there he goes. Kenyaz victorious over Skullgrim.
What a comeback!
Kenyaz 1-0 over Skullgrim in the first round.
Able to force that fighter onto the list.
Keep in mind, Skullgrim only had one match in between this and their last fight with Iron Lions that went 3 rounds.
Yeah, they are having a tough draw of this pool in terms of rest in between fights, but as you can see, these fighters have a huge tank and are definitely deadly all the way up until the end. So,
all the seeds and draws were done prior to the tournament, live streamed for all to see to make sure that the seed and the bracketing was fair and even.
Andrew McCabe, great on that speed and mobility there.
Oh, a huge jumping shot. I certainly am not getting those kind of hops and armor.
Caused a trade there, which is not necessarily a great thing. And then was able to Skullgrim take care of him after that. I believe that's Dan Hornbuckle, number 4 for Kenyaz, that brought that win for him. good field awareness there. Seeing that fighter coming in and using the Skullgrim to take the impact of that. Yep, there's that Skullgrim there, pulling just a little bit too hard, trying to get him down.
And we had a flying Kinyaz fighter there for a moment. Just koala bear right on top of Skullgrim.
Going for a little piggyback ride. There's McCabe shooting the gap again. See if he can make an advantage of it. As you see, when they do that, instantly those fighters put their backs to the list. Here's coming again. His mobility.
There it is. And instead of the centers engaging one another initially, as was the case last round.
Almost got a trip on him there.
Kinyaz is up 5-4.
Skullgrim trying to even it back out. And
watching for floor position. And a trade.
And a trade there.
4-3, Kinyaz.
That huge strikes coming in. Looks like a potential. Looks like Kinyaz was able to make that throw.
So it is 4-2, Kinyaz. Skullgrim not in a good position, but not out of the fight yet.
Oh,
and a broken axe.
Goes flying. See if Skullgrim can take advantage of this real quick. That's a
hard hit.
That was a hard hit. Hopefully that fighter's okay.
Kinyaz on the blindside push.
That was a trip right into the post of the list there. That's got to hurt.
Up next, we have White Company versus Dominus.
Now this is probably the
taking a look at the replay. Andrew coming in, making that hit from behind.
His mobility, he's just so dangerous if you let him run. Get that momentum to get those strikes and get those pushes.
He moves in armor like I hope to move out of it.
Indeed. He's just such a mobile fighter. Great technique, great on trips. Alrighty. White Company versus Dominus. Now this is a rematch from a previous tournament when Dominus actually flew over to England and
there's that hard hit into the rail.
Took I think a victory over there in England. So I think White Company trying to repay the favor by taking it to Dominus today.
Dominus in their first match against the Warlords won in 2 rounds, 4-1 and 4-1. In their second bout against Kinyaz won 5-1, 5-1, and have had 3 matches, including 2 3-round matches, to rest up for this fight against White Company. White Company had a hard-fought 3-round win over Warlords and has only had 1 match of rest. So while you were talking earlier about the endurance of these fighters, always incredible, especially these 2 teams, I think even when you're trying to measure the top 1% level of endurance out here, those extra 2 rounds of rest,
they can make a difference. They really can.
When 2 teams are as closely matched as this.
Oh, yeah. I expect this to be a very grindy type fight. We'll see if Dominus has shown they do have some speed and maneuverability in there. And like I said, both of these teams are huge grapplers, strikers, just top-level teams here at Carolina Carnage 2023. All right, looks like the fighters are lining up.
White Company's toughest opponents so far have been Skullgrims.
Let's see if Dominus can put a couple of them into the ground as well.
And the first round beginning.
I was told White Company has some tea, and Dominus is looking to spill it. So good push there.
Quick movement on the right lower corner. All fighters still standing. The center breaking away, looking to make a double team.
Moving.
And one White Company down. It's 5-4 Dominus.
Nice flying kick from White Company there.
And another White Company down. 5-3 Dominus.
Dominus taking it to him. Dominus working some knees.
Hard knee strikes to the head.
That White Company fighter trying to...
A quick spin. Wonderful on one foot.
Dominus doing a great job of keeping these grapples to a minimum. Keeping White Company away from each other. Their strength is obviously when they're back to back. 3 Dominus there working that White Company fighter. He wasn't able to escape.
I was watching White Company earlier. Oh, and another White Company down. And another through the rail. That's 5-1 Dominus. An incredible performance. I think that's really showing the difference that 2 rounds of rest can make, and 2 additional rounds of rest can make.
That was definitely a tough fight. I think Dominus did a great job of spreading out the White Company fighters and getting these one-on-one matches, and being able to take advantage of those matches and actually get those, get the win. Really,
the first down fighter on the left side of your screen.
Charge from the White Company fighter there, unable to make anything happen. Brutal knees coming into the head of the White Company fighter there.
And some great balance, awareness, and mobility by White Company.
Oh, yeah. Dominus just doing what they do best. Working together as a team to put those fighters down.
Good leg sweeps. And great movement.
Here comes a great throw from Johnny Porter into the list. Boom, taking him down.
And a kick to push him underneath to finish the round.
Great job by Dominus.
Getting ready for round 2. Marshall's call a start.
We've seen Dominus or White Company rally before, so we'll see if they can take this to a third.
Prior to this, White Company only losing 1 round to Skalgrim.
Shots raining in, trying to soften up your opponent. Take some advantages there. This is definitely what a fight that a way of the fighting the White Company would prefer.
And you may be looking at the deciding match right now. Both of these teams, I believe, undefeated so far in this round-robin format. This may be the deciding match.
Oh, Dominus getting an early takedown, White Company. Trying to catch that White Company fighter running.
And a trade.
That should be a trade.
Marshall's missed that, it seems.
Yeah, both knees did make contact with the fighter, which would make them down. And that's a...
And they're calling that fight. I don't know that would have made much of a difference because that down fighter from Dominus did not engage afterward.
Agreed. But those are the little things that you just got to watch out for.
And I think that was very fair on the Dominus fighter's part. He probably realized that his knee was down, and though not called, did not engage.
Good fight from Dominus.
Incredible showing.
Showing just how far the United States has really come in terms of fighting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, see there. Another good throw.
And I think that may have been a 5-1. I'm not sure how they're scoring it exactly, but by my count, it looked 5-1. Well, maybe hard to say.
Yeah,
hard to say.
Definitely. All right.
But up next, we have Iron Lions fighting out of Virginia, facing the Dallas Warlords.
And Iron Lions looking strong against Skalgrim earlier.
I'll need to correct my previous statement. I said that White Company had only dropped a round to Skalgrim. They also dropped a round to Warlords.
That is correct. Yeah, let's see if see how Iron Lions do against the Warlords here. Putting their larger fighters again on the rail.
They're going to need some major shakeups going forward to unseat Dominus.
Again, if you're tuning in from the live stream, go ahead and give us a shout out from where you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you.
I'd like to take a moment now to thank our sponsors again. We've got this event brought to you by the Palmetto Knights with sponsorships from Historicum, Age of Craft, Buhurt Tech, Gohurt, Canadian Buhurt Shop, Red Snake Armory, Soft Warrior, and a special thanks to Sean Strassner and John Bibley. Now, I personally don't own any Historicum items, but I think that's probably going to change, especially with that discount code they sent out to the fighters.
Yeah, it was definitely excellent. I do have one Historicum sword that I won in Alveol a couple years ago in a tournament. It was definitely a great piece of equipment that I have.
And I recall the beauty last time I was drooling over their equipment. I do have some items from Age of Craft that stood up well. I need to invest in some Buhurt tech and Gohurt. Canadian Buhurt shop, this is the first time I've heard of it, so I'm going to need to investigate that more. Also, this is my first time hearing of Red Snake Armory.
Yeah, those are two that I haven't heard of before, but glad they provided some sponsorship, and we're definitely happy you guys helped make this happen.
Well, it's amazing how, just like we were talking yesterday about a few teams, a few fighters growing and growing, a few suppliers, a few sponsors, and situations like this, as small as this sport is, one sponsorship like this may spread to people that have never heard of it before.
Exactly. Thank you very much for all your guys' support. All right, Warlords and
great contact beginning, and
great throw.
A lion down. Warlords 5-4. That Warlord stretching out his opponent for the polearm. An axe dropped on the far side.
Great picking up by the Iron Lions fighter.
And a trade in the center.
A trade in the center.
4-3 Warlords. A hard fight.
Like
Can the Lion avoid the trade to even out the numbers?
Oh, looks like they stood that fighter back up. It must have been something that prevented that actual throw from happening.
Oh, but we have another Lion down on the far left. So we have
2-5. It's the Warlords surround the Lions.
I think we've got a 2-4 maybe. And brutal axe shots.
Those shots rain in.
And there's the fight.
Warlord.
No, you were right. 5. Yes, yeah. Absolutely. Sometimes they group together.
Yeah. From up here, all the tabards look alike.
Warlords.
Warlords.
5-1.
Sorry. Yeah, Warlords 5-1. Alrighty.
Nick, thanks for watching from Michigan. Take a look at this replay.
Let's see why they. That's why the Iron Lions fighter lost a piece of armor before the throw, so it made that throw invalid. So they stood the fighter back up.
Good eyes, Moose Lord.
Alrighty, those huge shots coming in, ringing the bells. Warlords hunting down the Lions' pride. Let's see if the Lions can regroup and take it to the fight. And we'll take it to the Warlords. Warlords again using their mobility and their heavy striking to subdue a lot of their opponents.
And today's competitors, the 6 men's 5v5 teams, all winners from yesterday's matches. Warlords looking for their first match win of the day.
Iron Lions lost the weapon, goes to retrieve. It's like their center is going to Warlords tripping over themselves, losing a little bit of balance. Iron Lions now have the advantage.
It looks like that first Warlord down may have an injury.
Yep. Another trade there. Calling a stop fight. Medic to the list. Did have a trade there in the bottom before the stop fight was called.
It looked like a possible hyperextension of the knee.
Yeah, that stopping and twisting motion definitely did not do him any favors. But our great medical team here is going to help that fighter and hopefully get him back to 100%. Cheers from the crowd as the fighter is able to move under his own power. That's great to see.
Absolutely. And the crowd appreciating the effort here.
All right, now that we've got that cleared, marshals will reset and the fighting will they actually stood those 2 fighters back up in the corner there.
Looks like they went down after stop fight was called.
Potentially, yeah. I thought it looked like it was before, but the marshals have the final say down there, so if they stand them back up, they stand them back up.
All it means is more fighting, right?
Yeah. I'm sure they both enjoyed be out there too, have another chance to make an impact on the list. Marshals call start fight. And Iron Lions goes down almost instantly.
And a trade on the near side. Looks like we're at 4-2.
Iron Lions trying to regroup together.
No, it's a 3-3.
Yep. 3-3. Oh, looks like a stop fight being called again. Some sort of armor. Oh, there's another Iron's down for armor failure.
So 3-2 Warlords.
3-2 Warlords. Got a kick there.
Oh!
And a 3-1 to the Warlords. Warlords win.
And
oh, looks like one of his bicep pieces came off, it looks like.
okay.
That's why they sat that fighter down.
So 3-2 in favor of the Warlords. Warlords taking their first overall match of the day. Up next, we have White Company versus Kenya's USA.
Should be another good fight. They can lock down that center fighter, Andrew McCabe. I think the White Company will be able to.
There's the video of that.
Take a win from them.
Sniper extension, possibly.
Trading there at the bottom again. Marshall's doing a great job catching that armor, those armor failures, standing back up when rules violations happen. Really an outstanding job by the Marshals this weekend.
Outstanding as always. Filippo, thanks for joining us all the way from Italy. Clarissa, thanks for cheering on the Warlords today.
All right.
Kenyaz making their way across to greet White Company.
Again, Buhurt is love, so.
That had me confused. I have to admit my ignorance there. Because it did not seem particularly loving at first to me. And then I thought it was a translation error, which there was an earlier translation error in the early days of the rules.
Oh, really?
Have you heard this piece of lore?
No, let's hear it.
So early in the translation of the rules from, I believe it was Russian to English, they were trying to make sure that we understood that there was no stabbing with the weapons.
Okay, yeah.
And a stab or a poke or a prick are very close synonyms.
Of course.
So part of the translation was no pricks with weapons, and the USA team immediately knew that we were all disqualified. Until the clarification.
Alrighty. Looks like Kenyaz trying to make their move. White Company's fighter picking up right away. White Company is outstanding on their teamwork, working together.
Oh! Thought we were going to have a takedown there. And a hit from behind.
That White Company fighter able to stay up, though. Now it's 5-4 in favor of White Company.
It looks like that hit from behind took down one of his teammates on the other side.
Kenya's got a takedown. It's now back to 4 versus 4. Ooh, that looks almost like friendly fire.
Was definitely friendly fire.
Just trying to wake up his teammate, it looks like.
Now time for some unfriendly fire.
It looks like a trade down at the bottom of the rail. White Company slowly. Oh, another trade for White Company.
It's 2-2.
Let's see.
White Company regrouping in the center.
Beautiful teamwork. You see that with White Company. They're trying to put those bodies in between them, trying to hopefully maybe get out a trip or a throw later.
White Company looking to pull Andrew away from his partner.
Yeah, locking him down and not letting him be able to strike is hugely important for White Company right now.
Now that's an interesting move there with the blade. He's not grasping it, but is hooking it with armor.
Interesting, yeah. All right. Going for.
They were hugging before the match. This is a very different kind of hug.
Oh,
and
Andrew McCabe. Oh, and it's
it's 2-1 White Company.
Beautiful throw by White Company. Now it's White Company to do what they do best. Working together to bring that fighter down.
Kenyaz looking for an opportunity to even things back out, keeping his feet.
The Kenyaz fighter getting some coaching from his side of the list.
White Company looking like they're going for the choice cut of meat.
Again, if they're inactive for more than 10 seconds, the marshals will break up the fight.
Looks like that fighter Kenyaz's arm may be resting on the.
Ooh.
I wonder if that sounds like it's hitting the list barrier.
I'm not sure what he was striking.
Maybe hitting the that random buckler.
Could have been. Angle on this side was hard to tell.
White Company having that fighter's leg trapped.
I'm trying to take a look. I'm just trying to see where he's striking. Oh, I think with White Company fighter trying to push that arm onto the list so his buddy can hit it.
And 1 foot trapped, the other one being hooked.
It's never a good position to be in. It's only the advantage the Kenya's fighter has is both sides of the list keeping him up. And he's a good enough height where he's not just going to get pushed right underneath it. White Company, huge strikes coming into the leg there. Marshall's watching carefully, making sure they're not hitting any legal shots.
All eyes on those shots now. Oh,
Kenya's trying to
the fighter
pull him
lifting
up.
the leg to kick with it. And it looks like we have an armor failure. Right knee of the Kenyaz fighter has come loose.
There it goes. 2-0 to White Company. Good fight by Kenya's. Both of them. White Company able to lock down their mobility and being able to grind him down in the grapple. Gabe running around as you've seen all day. All weekend, actually. Good strike here. That White Company be able to keep on his feet.
It looks like that caused a reaction pushing one of the Kenyaz fighters
That
down.
Kenyaz fighter was already going down,
Oh, okay.
I do believe. Ooh, maybe that wasn't a friendly fire shot. Looked very close to it, though. Trying to kick underneath. Going for the legs is always a good idea.
The trade out near side and far. And this is where it drew down to 2.
Yep. Kenya's lining back up, about to ready to start round 2.
And here we are, ready for round 2. We'll see if Kenyaz can rebound and push it to a third.
Definitely have the opportunity to see if they're able to capitalize.
Quick movement into the backfield by White Company.
Another
And a
good-
hard hit. Kenyaz up, 5-4. Kenyaz dropping a weapon.
Looks like
A quick retrieval. And 2 quick takedowns from White Company.
a
And another.
2-4 advantage to White Company. They're going for the leg there. And trying to bring him down.
And that's the fight.
Quick fight by White Company.
4-1 White Company.
Fortunately, Kenya is not able to capitalize on that early check.
Up next, we have Warlords versus Skullgrim. In the meantime, let's take a look at these replays. The first takedown there, a hit from behind on White Company.
Beautiful strike. Again, losing a weapon, such a critical fighting is definitely hard. Good leg pull there. Got to be careful again doing those leg pulls. If you grab the back of the knee, that could be a yellow card, and they can sit you down for that.
That Kenyaz fighter had one White Company on his head, one pulling his leg, and another hitting him stretched out in the middle.
Sounds like a good time. All right, next up we have Skullgrim versus the Warlords.
Thanks for joining us again in the live stream. I'd like to send a big thank you to our live stream crew up here making this happen. Alan with some great camera work. Mel and Joel running the show. Greg, always the MVP up here. And my good friend, Nate the Moose Lord, rocking out on the mic with me this year. So glad to have you this year, Nate.
Thanks for having me. I was definitely excited once I learned I had the opportunity to come up here and have hundreds of tens of thousands of people have to listen to my voice and my opinions on the sport is definitely something I couldn't pass up. No, But
And I'd love to thank all the support staff, from the folks at the gate, the fighter check-in, the marshals, the folks running the blacksmith armor repair station, and maintaining food for these fighters and other support staff. Our first responders here for security, our first responders here for medical, making this event happen today.
without all of them, we would not be here today. All right, looks like that fighter in the center is covered from his injury earlier and is back on the field.
Outstanding. Good eyes on that. Looks like Skalgrim making first contact on the near side of the field.
That Warlords fighter priming a shot into Skalgrim.
Warlords only having a 1-round break. Skalgrim having 3.
Big shots coming down on that Skalgrim fighter. Slow grapple on the top of the list going on. Both centers eyeing each other, making sure they don't go off into one direction or the other. These two Warlord fighters down at the bottom aren't exactly known for their grapples, but they are known for their striking.
A weapon trade out for Skalgrim.
Looks like we almost got a Warlord there, and yep, Warlord down. Advantage, Skalgrim. Looks like that fighter almost had that Skalgrim
And
fighter
a
down.
Skalgrim down, and a Warlord in turn. 4-3 Skalgrim.
Good charge coming in from the Skalgrim there. Those two fighters.
And a trade, 3-2 Skalgrim. And
Another
another
trade.
2-1 Skalgrim with the advantage on Skalgrim's side of the field.
All they've got to do is
If
get
they
his
can,
leg.
if they can disarm that fighter, he's out as well.
Huge shots coming in. Working that perfect team, trying to pull him in one direction. And
And-
the gauntlet is gone. Armor failure for the for Warlords.
And a finger twiddle to acknowledge the missing gauntlet.
Good fight.
Skalgrim up 2-0 in that bout.
Good fight. Good fight. Again, thank you for everyone on the live stream tuning in. If this is your first time seeing the sport, or a long-time viewer, or you want to try to get involved with this, you can go ahead and go to HMB USA or PalomandoKnights.com, and they have night finders that you can find your local area. We're all over the United States currently. It's definitely find somewhere for you to go. You don't have to be a fighter. You can be part of support. You can become a marshal or volunteer with your local team.
If you love a front row seat to the action, being a marshal is the best way to do it.
And we're always looking for more marshals, and actually it is, for this event, a paid position. And if you get qualified for international tournaments, a lot of times they will fly you out to those as well, or at least a reduced cost. It's always nice.
As a wise philosopher once said, money, 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 money.
Or dollar bills, y'all. All right, Warlords resetting. And we're into round 2.
Dinky from Australia has a ton of fans in the chat.
Glad to see you guys rooting on your favorite fighters. Scrum kicking off in the beginning up there. Skalgrim and Warlords looking for that advantage. Big swing and a miss from a Warlords fighter there at the bottom.
Strike one.
Skalgrim's shooting the gap there, trying to pulling those fighters out. Oh, here comes a good charge from back, and it makes it successfully.
4-4. Warlords quickly returning the numbers equally.
Again, you got to watch your back to the list, or the open list.
And a trade.
Another trade right onto that fighter. Hopefully they're all right.
And another trade. Brutal shots landing in, but the Warlord goes down instead.
2-1 Skalgrim. He's a big striker. He's known for his striking, not his grappling. See how he does against these two Skalgrim fighters.
That shoulder looks loose. Hope it doesn't cause an opening there.
Now he's got to be careful on those strikes. He can strike the calf, but it's so close to that back and you want to be very careful with that. That Warlord fighter holding on for dear life. Skalgrim looking to push him down. I said, once you get these big fighters bent over like that, all the weight goes, and there they go.
And that's 2-0 for Skalgrim, taking their second bout and the match.
Good job on Skalgrim.
Up next, we have Dominus versus Iron Lions. Dominus having a few rounds of rest.
Iron Lions as well. Both these teams should come out looking pretty fresh.
So taking a look at the replay here, fewer strikes sending folks to the ground as it was the footwork and grappling.
It really is the name of the game in this sport. Striking looks sexy, but when it comes down to it, the real work does happen in the grapple. Nice throw.
Oh, and it looked like
nice check from
that center
Warlords.
fighter may have headbutted the rail as well.
Just testing the durability of the rail, as you saw. Big shots coming into that back there. Right in the
This
shoulder.
setting up the end of the fight, 2-1. It's interesting looking at that pairing right there, and the second Skalgrim fighter had plenty of opportunity to place a shot right there under that pauldron in the shoulder, and I think made a tapping shot there once, just kind of acknowledged the opening, but chose not to throw injurious shots, focusing rather on pushing him to the ground without causing.
Yeah, good sportsmanship shown there by
Absolutely.
Skalgrim. All right. Marshall's doing their final checks. Dominus looking like they're ready to get this show started. Both teams definitely are on the grappling side to see if Iron Lions can keep their strikers free and launch an artillery downrange.
It seems like I mentioned a moment ago, Dinky has a lot of fans cheering from Australia. I'm not sure if there's slang in Australia for that, but Dinky in the U.S. means small or tiny.
Yeah.
And it is common to have really big people nicknamed Tiny here. I wonder if that's the case.
Let us know in the chat. Iron Lions pushing Dominus at the top of the rail. One Iron Lions down.
Dominus 5-4.
2-1 advantage at the bottom of the list. And another Iron Lions down.
5-3 Dominus.
Once that fighter's not paying attention behind him.
A hard hit, 5-2.
All day,
5-1. Round going to Dominus.
all day, every day. That's the one thing every fighter should be a little bit paranoid when their back is towards the list or again away from the list.
Dominus went 4-1 and 4-1 against Warlords, 5-1 and 5-1 against Kenya's USA.
Iron Lions, the underdogs in the final brackets, but definitely out here showing their grit and that they are a rising team that deserves to be in the top.
Dominus was 5-1, 5-1 over White Company. Probably the championship match happening there halfway through the list. And is now 5-1 in the first round over Iron Lions.
Let's see how this next round goes. Iron Lions got to recover.
After this, Iron Lions have a 1-round break before they face White Company. And Dominus has a 2-round break before they face Skalgrim.
And that will finish out the finals. Next up, after the 5 vs. 5s, we have 12 vs. 12s. So stick around for that. Good grappling from Iron Lions. Good throw from Dominus.
Heavy shots raining in.
Another
from
Lions fired.
Dominus polearm.
Good kick
2
from
Lions
Dominus.
down.
2-5, Dominus. 2 Iron Lions.
And there we go. Another 5-1 round for Dominus.
Dominus out here putting people in the dirt.
The Warlords just fought Skalgrim, and that was a very short 2-round break, and they'll be facing Kenya's USA in just a moment.
Again, those two teams have also seen each other quite often in the list, and it'll be interesting to see who is able to take that one. Huge shots. All right, for those of you that just tuning in, this is Carolina Carnage 2023 here at the Clemson University and the T.Ed Garrison Livestock Arena in South Carolina. It's, looks like the arena's starting to finally warm up from a cold start we had earlier this morning.
It's been a cold weekend here so far with starting temperatures in the upper 20s Fahrenheit, which is great fighting weather, and these fine spectators out here braving it until it gets temperate inside the arena.
Indeed.
Interestingly enough, there's a wrestling tournament going on next door, and I think yesterday after the tournament ended, several dozen of the spectators over there just kind of walked off to see what was going on and stuck around.
They heard loud clanking and decided to investigate.
Here we have Kenyaz taking the field.
Alrighty. I imagine Kenyaz is going to keep doing what they're doing with their mobility. They've been doing great. It's been getting them good open checks in the list and giving them the advantage they need to take the rounds.
Warlords coming off a 2-round win over Iron Lions. Kenyaz looking to recover from a 2-round loss to White Company.
Warlords taking a 1 round from White Company in their fight. Looks like they're doing an armor check on that fighter again.
I think at this point that male drape is just there for decoration.
It's not a very good one at that.
Like a big wad of metal snot hanging from the nasal.
Let's get that man a tissue. Alrighty. Looks like Warlords and Kenyaz are hugging it out beforehand. Traditionally that hug wasn't always a friendly hug. A lot of times you'd see teams go up for a hug and they're actually trying to fill you up for gaps. So you got to watch out for that sometimes. Not that these two teams would do that at all here, but in past tournaments and fighting, I have seen such things happen.
Interesting.
Teams line up again. It looks like the Marshals got that fighter figured out.
I guess they were getting frisky before.
Meow. Warlords doing a little bit extra strategizing. So they're great grapplers, great strikers, so they're going to try to use those two things to their advantage. Moving up quickly on the Kenyaz there.
Oh!
Big shot coming down.
Warlords bringing the heat with that axe.
Kenyaz starting off slow like they do until they're able to get those kind of ropes.
Here's the blindsided hit.
One Warlord's down. Kenyaz lost a weapon.
Warlords lost the weapon, but both have recovered. 5-4 Kenyaz.
I missed that earlier takedown.
It looks like that early axe shot broke the shield of the Kenyaz fighter.
I wasn't surprised. That fighter is a huge striker. Very powerful indeed.
And a broken shield is very dangerous.
The Warlord's able to pull down 2 Kenyaz. Now it's 3-2 Kenyaz's favor. Slowly bringing both those Warlord fighters to the corner where they have a little bit less worry about getting struck in the back. Oh, good throw from Kenyaz. Now it's 3-1.
3-1, and the Marshals step in. First round going to Kenyaz, USA.
Good fights. Good field awareness and early takedowns for Kenyaz, able to get that early advantage.
Looking at that replay, there's that first shot. It did indeed break the shield of the Kenyaz fighter.
Nice throw from the Kenyaz fighter there at the bottom of the rail.
That broken shield limiting the punching power of that punch shield. And a good shot from the to the back.
Oh, yeah.
And a good pull down.
This pull right here ended up taking 2 Kenyaz fighters down. Warlord's real inability to try to make something happen here is what cost them the round. That 2-3 is always you got to be very careful with those 2 versus 3, because once your friend goes down, then the match is over. the round, I should say. Looks like the fighters are reset, ready to take the field again. Kenya's very conservative in the beginning, but once they get going, they really start making things happen.
That axe already working to effect.
Kenya's doing a good job of keeping that from swinging. Because you definitely don't want that coming down on you or your friend.
The best place to be near that axe is far away or really up close.
Warlords. Oh, great throw there on Warlords.
5-4 Warlords.
Warlords with the early advantage this time. Kenya's doing a great job at the bottom of the rails, staying out of those head control. Good punch from that Kenya's fighter to keep his buddy staying up.
Causing that recovery. It looks like there's a connection, maybe a leather.
I think that Kenya's fighter is trying to pull out a weapon.
I think there's maybe a lanyard attaching to the axe held by the Warlord.
Kenya's fighter helping engage his buddy there.
And we have...
Oh, he's still up over there.
We have a fourth.
3-5, I think.
3-5, yep.
3-5 in favor of the Warlords. That Kenya's fighter trying to draw some of the Warlords over. And it looks like the... Wait, oh, nope. Maybe not.
No,
I think that was a mistake. Generally, that throwing in a towel like the white towel would say you're giving up the round. I don't think that's what happened there. Marshals are conferring, though.
So it looks like it's 5-2. Yeah, I believe the white towel fell in when picking up the weapon.
Yeah, I don't know where that towel came from, but typically if you see a white towel like that, it means you've given up, you've forfeit the round. But I don't see Kenya's doing something like that, so fight is going to continue.
5-2, the worst odds that we can still have fighting. And 5-1.
Kenya is pushed out. We do go to a third round. Excellent. Time for both these teams to dig deep and see what they've got. It looks like Kenya's one of their helmets came undone.
Issa, thanks for cheering on the Warlords. Manny, thanks for sticking around with us on this live stream, cheering on Kenya's.
Just good job on the Warlords picking up Andrew and getting that throw in.
And I think isolating him as a center early may have been the key to such a dominant victory in that round.
Agreed. Kenya is good in the grapple, but once they get kind of that moving and momentum going their way, they can definitely be powerful.
A hard shot coming on that axe.
You can definitely see that Kenya's fighter felt that, but still staying up regardless. Alrighty. The third round of Warlords versus Kenya's. Kenya is trying to pump up the crowd a little bit. Let's see how Warlords handle him. Again, if you're just joining us in the chat, go ahead and give us a shout out from where you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you. All right.
First contact on the far side of the field. Andrew driving straight into that center.
Them doing a good job of picking him up, holding on to his weapon so he can't run freely.
We'll see who gets the first breakaway.
Both doing a great job on the 2 versus 2. Both teams trying to get the advantage. Oh, looks like the Kenya's fighter had to drop. I think he lost a gauntlet.
That's what it looks like.
Let's see. Oh, another Kenya's fighter lost a weapon, went to recover it. See if they're able to. Flying kick coming in.
Timing just a bit off.
That Kenyan fight at the top getting forced down by those two bigger fighters.
Looks like he might be forced out outside the ring, potentially.
That's been a common occurrence we've seen throughout this weekend, getting pushed under
And
that
the knee is
list.
taken. It is 5-2 in favor of the Warlords.
Warlords doing exactly what they need to do.
Correction, 5-3. Oh, a good jump to avoid the sweep.
That Kenya's fighter trying to get that good throw, almost had it there.
And stop fight call. 3-1.
Favor
Warlords. 3-1 Warlords. And up next, we have White Company versus Iron Lions.
This would be a good test for Iron Lions, fighting such a caliber team. I think it's one of the first times they've got to actually fight an international team besides Scholar Grims earlier in the round.
Taking a look at the replay here. Yes, there it is. The hand slid right out of that shield and gauntlet. Fighter protecting his hand. Good move.
Again, losing a piece of armor in a round is always the worst feeling you can have. Getting taken down by a good throw or a good strike is one thing, but losing it because of an armor failure is completely another feeling. Good head control on Warlords there.
And I think we'll see the final takedown here.
Right into them.
Crashing axe shots. A couple of good kicks. And that's the finish of the fight.
2 more rounds, and we'll have a award ceremony for 5 vs. 5s. And then we'll move right into the 12 vs. 12, so stick around online.
The 12 versus 12, I think, are going to be some brutal fighting. And 12 versus 12 didn't used to really be much of an option in the U.S., but now it's some of the best fighting we've got going on.
It was definitely hard to get that amount of fighters on both sides to do 12 vs. 12s, but now it's become a much more common thing.
Harry, thanks for joining us from Australia. Diana, thanks for cheering from Wyoming.
All right, White Company lining up. White Company in the white and black. Iron Lions in the black, gold. The
White Company stepping in, and one simple shot to the hand made that weapon drop.
White Company excellent at targeting. Both White Company is going around. One White Company down.
2, 3 White. Well, with these tabards, I'm getting confused with the Lions.
Looks like a 4-3 advantage to White Company.
Maybe a 3-2 now?
Yeah, 3-2 White Company. Iron Lions, 2 big fighters.
That was definitely friendly fire when the Lion.
All right, 2-on-1. This was the same fighter from earlier against the Skalgrim. And a nice kick under his legs to bring him down.
2-1 White Company.
Very good showing from Iron Lions there.
Correction, 2-0 White Company.
Ooh, looks like that one of those Iron Lions are slow to get up. Looks like getting checked out by the marshals. Ooh,
Oh, a hard hit on the ground.
A good feint by White Company there.
And there it is, that shot that the Lion moved his hand out of the way last second.
Again, beautiful kick, taking him right underneath him, bringing that big fighter down.
Well placed.
Both teams, looks like Iron Lions are a little bit slower to get back into lists, figuring out their lineup, perhaps strategizing how they want to take out White Company. Looks like Iron Lions fighting out of the DC area. Find yourself there, please check them out. White Company out of England. Glad they decided to make the trip all the way to kick the crap out of us. We definitely appreciate it.
Marshall setting up round 1.
Round 2.
Round 2. Apologies.
Oh, early takedown. 2 more Lions down. Oh, Iron Lions. All of them moving in there.
And
It's
another White Company down.
3-2 White Company. And 3.
I think it was stopped at 3-1.
I think that's the same.
3-1 in favor of White Company.
Still being able to. Iron Lions can be proud that they were able to give it to him so well.
I apologize about messing up my my rounds a moment ago. It must be all that whiskey everybody else drank last night.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's no whiskey involved, except for maybe myself. All of these fighters were well behaved in the hotel, taking naps and preparing for today.
I believe I heard a long scheduled choir practice happening.
What kind of practice?
Choir practice.
I must have missed that one.
It's a place of civility, gentility, quietness, and reverence.
Which Buhurt fighters are totally known for. It's like someone invited the Vikings into the arena. We've got a pretty large crowd finally growing. People coming in to enjoy the show.
Up next, we have Dominus versus Skalgrim. This is going to be an incredibly good fight, and should mostly decide. I think Dominus has already captured
first place.
First, if not very close to that.
Skalgrim's having the chance to play. So we're on I'm not sure. Again, good hugging it out, as always. We enjoy our friends. Although we're trying to hit each other as hard as possible, we don't want to hurt each other. Or, sorry, we want to hurt, we don't want to injure. I expect this to be a very grindy kind of grappling match as well. See if Skalgrim can use those striking to their advantage.
Leviathan cheering on the Skalgrims.
I think it comes down to who can get the early advantage.
Fast movement by the centers, tying each other up.
Dominus doing a good move. I think that center fighter moving there was to neutralize Skalgrim's center. Dominus trying to make something happen.
The Skalgrim center, I believe, is looking to break away.
Buckler strikes in the head of that Skalgrim fighter.
Oh, and one Skalgrim down. It's 5-4 Dominus.
Alrighty.
And another.
And it looks like another Skalgrim down.
It's going to be 5-3. Dominus still in the lead. And again, 5, and that's the fight. 5-1 Dominus. Now, how much would you say is the home field advantage benefiting Dominus, if at all, today?
Dominus had to travel just as far as Skalgrim did.
Oh, okay.
Dominus comes from the West Coast, so they had a couple flights to get here. I would probably say Skalgrim has a little bit more of a home field advantage than Dominus does being on the East Coast.
Interesting. We see the first takedown of the match on the left side of the screen, and then 2 more quick.
Good watching on those marshals. That fighter did not touch and tripping right over another body. All right.
Resetting for round 2. Can Skalgrim come back to force a third?
And this is the final fight for 5v5s.
Issa, thanks for cheering Dominus. Helena, thanks for cheering Skalgrim. Appreciate everybody joining us in the live stream. Let's see how this second round goes.
Good shots coming in from Dominus. It's like Axes got stuck together, having a little bit of tug-of-war match there.
And Skalgrim wins that tug.
That Skullgun fighter. Oh, we got a trade there at the top of the list.
4-4.
That Skullgun fighter trying to take advantage of that Dominus, trying to get that weapon out. Dominus on the move to that fighter, not paying attention, and a flying knee to the side.
And a hard shot leading
Brings
to the
that Skullgun
takedown.
fighter. Looks like it's 3-2 in favor of Dominus.
I believe that Dominus fighter may have been initially flagged due to no weapon, but has been released.
Oh, yep. So now it's 4-2 Dominus. Big shots coming in on that Skullgun fighter.
Oh,
chopping him down.
Brutal. 4-1 Dominus.
Good fight by all these fighters today. Awesome fights. So glad I was able to sit here and witness these.
A quick clearing of the list. Then we'll have the awards for the 5 versus 5, followed by 12 versus 12.
Stay tuned. It's going to be an awesome fight. I think we have 6 12 versus 12 teams.
I will check my list. Yes, 6.
And those 12v12s will be a combination of the teams from here today and from yesterday as well.
Wait, no, maybe 7. War Dukes, Black Company, Plague Knights, Burninators, North Ward, Iron Lions, and that's the list.
All right. All right, I think we'll cut to our interviews, and then until we have the award show. Take a quick 10-minute break. Enjoy some of our interviews from throughout the weekend.
Hey cats and kids, Captain Zorik here. I'm doing interviews with fighters, coaches, and other people here at the streamcast of Carolina Carnage, so stay tuned for.
My name's Dylan Sweeney. I fight for the Sacramento Warpigs.
My name's Colin Campbell, and I fight for Dominus.
Okay, so now you guys fought against each other today, right?
100%.
How'd it go?
It was great.
It
Absolutely
was really
wonderful.
fun. It was a really good, clean fight.
Yep.
One of his guys got me down clean as the day is long, man.
It was actually my child. I'm so proud of him.
Beautiful.
So proud of
It was
him.
beautiful. I was proud when he got me.
Yes.
Okay, now I notice you vocalize a lot when you fight.
Yes, I do.
Can you just quickly tell me why?
Why is because, one, it promotes proper breathing. Two, at the same time, it shows people that I'm actually calm on the field. I'm out there having nothing but fun.
I think what people don't understand too is that your voice is a weapon. Communicating with your teammates aligns you guys for the same objective, which then binds you together, and now you're not just fighting as an individual, you're fighting as an entity. So using your voice as a weapon is a huge thing in fighting.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much.
Connor Mathiasen, Iron Lions.
Sean Kennicott, go by Kenny, Iron Lions.
Okay, now you just fought the Skullgrams, right?
Yep.
What's it like fighting them?
Hard.
That was wonderfully fun. Yeah, big guys.
They're big, they're fast, they hit hard. It was a tough fight.
Okay, did you have a plan to win?
Yes,
And
I almost had it. Almost had that one guy take down, but he successfully pulled me down with him.
okay, so how's your weekend been so far overall?
Pretty good. I got some wins in Buckler.
Okay, so what does it mean to you to be at an event like this?
Community.
Community and accomplishments. That's all we're looking for.
All right, thank you very much.
Joseph Damiano. I'm with the New York Plague Rats.
Okay, and have Plague Rats been to Carolina Carnage before?
Yeah, this is pretty much our event. So most things we travel as the New York Sentinels, but Carnage is pretty much one of the events that we break out the Plague Rat Taverns for. It's kind of like our alter identity.
And so what's it like being a team from New York City, seeing these other teams from all around the country and the world?
Oh, it's great. And like any opportunity to like fight with the best and fight with people from all over, it's important for a team to do that. And it's nice that we have that opportunity, even if the competition is stiff. This is my second Carnage personally, and it's way tougher than last year.
How'd you do this time around?
We beat PK. We were in a very tough pool. The other teams, we lost the other rounds. We came close to beating Vanguard, but yeah, it was some tough fighting.
Okay, and so are you going to go home with things to learn and work on till next year?
Absolutely, and I think that's another kind of what I was saying before about how you learn. It's a learning experience, even if you have to go through those grueling, very difficult fights.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Danielle Sanders, Valkyrie. Amber Wright, Valkyrie.
Danny Shore, Valkyrie.
Okay, and how do you feel about being here in Carnage and fighting today?
We're feeling amazing. This is Valkyrie's first melee fight, and we're doing pretty good so far, you think?
Okay, so how do you intend to face the next match?
Same way we already been doing, having fun.
Yeah, we're just here for fun.
We're here to have fun.
Yeah.
All right then.
Have fun, bust some heads.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Oh, anything to say to women who are wondering whether or not they ought to do this?
Do it!
All right, thank you.
So my name is Boris Tuman. I'm the head trainer for the Detroit Fight Club, and we got two teams here. The Pegasus, Sororitas Pegasus.
Okay, now they just had an epic match of how many rounds?
I think we were 4 rounds. The fifth was what's called a captain's round. We fought against Denlock, which was a strong team, which had strong fighters in from Australia, a very strong fighter in from New Jersey, and one who just moved to Texas.
Fighters from all over the country.
So we had our core from Detroit. We had some help from New England and a local fighter who's here, and then from some of them. We're based in the Detroit area. That's half our fighters are native Detroiters. We're opening the Ohio women too because they don't have their own full team yet. And we had some help in for the tournament. We're grateful to have it. And we also had one more, Madison from New York, was with us as well.
Okay, now a lot of drama happened during that, but let's just go to the end, the finish, where it was down to I think 3-on-2 or thereabouts. Let's take it. There was a pause in the action.
There was a moment where we were up 4-3.
Yeah.
We went on to collapsing them. I'm sorry, I'm too fresh. I need to watch the video, get the play-by-play. I was too in the moment.
If you can give your impressions, that's fine.
No, it was like we were losing down, and we were down with Celeste, down with a 2-on-1. I thought was going to happen is she was going to have to deal with two of them, but she got the quick takedown against Molly from Australia, who's a phenomenal fighter.
Yeah. Let me just back you up just a little bit.
Yeah.
Celeste and one other of your team had someone in the corner when, in the far corner, two members of the other team started charging at you, and Celeste stuck her foot out and planted that first one who came in. Crowd went wild. Then two people went down, and that left Celeste with the 2-on-1 at the far end of the field. Celeste broke her axe.
Yeah.
And she had to run all the way down the field to get a new weapon.
Got her mace.
And your opponents waited.
Yeah.
Possibly a mistake?
Maybe. It depends. Celeste's a very strong fighter. They would have ended up on our side of the field. And one thing people don't appreciate enough is the coaching plays a huge role. Having our fighters where we can talk to them, that can save a fight. So for most of the fight, our fighters on the other side, where their fighters are getting all the advice. But if they followed Celeste over, they would have had Rich and I working on Celeste and giving her the warning her about what's going on. And then with that finish, Celeste got a throw, and she'd actually come up to Detroit to train with us before, and she hit one of our classic moves that we train a lot. It's in Japanese called the Sasai. It's from judo. So that was that finish.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Well, my name is Greg, by the way, and I'm from King's Pilgrims. It's right here. You can see, right?
And where are you from?
From Canada, from Toronto. Originally from Ukraine, but I live in Canada for over 20 years, so I'm fully Canadian, I would say so.
So how's your team doing today?
Team is doing awesome. We won all around except for one tie, so I would say we did pretty well.
So what do you attribute your success?
Success? I'm not sure. It's like a tricky question. I don't know how to answer to that.
I mean, what's the strongest part of your game? Why do you win so much?
Well, it's a long story basically. Let me make it quick. So we train hard. We participate in pretty much every camp. Like we do judo. We do a lot of practices. We practice a couple times a week. We do participate at the tournaments, and that pays off basically like this.
And what does it mean to you to be at an event like this?
It is one of the biggest events in North America, and we were always, since I can't even remember, probably 2005, we've been to every single big event. So it's just my life.
All right. Thank you very much. What team are you?
We are the Colorado Warlords!
Okay, how'd you do today?
We won some, we lost some.
Okay, what would you say was the key to your successes?
Brotherhood. Friendship!
And what?
We brought together a good team. We merged together kind of two teams. A lot of people we fought with before. We had a lot of familiarity between our players. So I definitely think that was a big part of how we were able to come in and surprise people.
And how do you feel about being here at Carnage?
What?
How do you feel about being here at Carnage?
Carnage is the best!
All right. Thank you. What team you're fighting with this weekend?
Gary Houle Jr. I'm fighting with Steel Company, part of the Steel Legion.
And you got a nickname?
Murder No.
All right. So last I saw you were at the 2018 World Championships, and your son had just turned 18, and you had him fight that day.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
It went great. It was awesome to finally see my son get in armor and be able to fight with him for the first time. He's been very active since and continues to fight.
But what's it like watching your son fight in a sport this dangerous and this exciting?
It's a double-edged sword. You know, I worry about him, but I'm glad he's throwing himself out there and putting the work in part of it.
Okay, what would your advice be to any father who's watching their son and their son says, Dad, I want to do this?
Have the dad do it with him.
All right. How's your team doing today?
We did all right. We didn't win, but we did good. It's the first time we brought us all together and, fought with heart and fortitude, and we'll be back again.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Kai from Palmetto Knights down here in South Carolina.
And how's this weekend been going for you?
So far, it's been pretty good. Pretty exciting to see everyone come out. A lot more teams than there have been for the past few years, and it's really exciting.
And how's your team been doing?
Our team's we could be doing better, but I think that can be said for everybody. Everybody has placed time to improve. So.
All right, great. So, and what does it mean to be a part of an event like this?
It's great because not often do you get to see something like this. And the more people that do it, the more we can keep it alive, and hopefully it'll get bigger as time goes on. And we can always claim to be a part of where it started.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jean-Sébastien Drapeau from Scalagrim, Team Canada.
All right, now you've also worked with Team Quebec, right?
Exact. I'm a president of the team of Quebec. And for me, it's a real honor to come to fight. I'm start to fight in 11. Many years ago, I'm fight in Poland with USA man. And you have some friends in the place to fight is not a friend's times. After is a good place to drink a beer. Hey, thank you very much. Thanks for watching.
Do you have anything to say to your friends in Quebec, in Montreal, and so forth?
Yeah, ici, on parle en français où ce que je viens. Mais présentement, il fait très froid. On est venu réchauffer la place un peu. Merci beaucoup.
C'est magnifique. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Bo Ring, and I was here to fight in the duels.
So what does that mean?
So the duels are the single combats where you fight one-on-one with point scoring with your weapon. I consider myself to be a swordsman, and that is the spot in this sport where the sword count the most.
And how'd you do?
I turned out to get the bronze medal.
Fantastic. So what does it mean to be at an event like this?
Well, so many events that I come to have much smaller tournaments, especially in the duels. And to come here and have a full 16-man field to fight through and to come up with the bronze felt really, really good. You got high-level competition on a national level here.
Okay, now you've also done other sword fighting games under different rules. Just briefly, how would you compare this from what you did before you started doing this?
So the best thing about this is that you get a swing or a sword that is simply rebated. Other than that, it's a real sword. It acts like a sword and it reacts like a sword in your combat. It is an incredibly realistic save for the lack of a thrust.
All right, and you enjoy this, I take it?
I do. I love all forms of sword combat, and this is a very good one.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Sloan, and I am from the North Board in Boston, but today I'm fighting on the Pegasi, who are from Detroit.
Okay, that's a good question. How is it that you could really be from one team but be fighting on another here?
So I am working for the Femme teams. I'm the president of a men's team, but I fight with the women and the femmes when I can.
Okay, so is it like that some teams don't have enough fighters and other people are looking for teams to fight on?
Yeah, so we have mercs. So we merc out. When we don't have enough, we go and supplement other teams so that they can have enough to fight.
Okay, great. And so what is it? So how's this? What's the team you're on now?
Pegasi.
Okay, they're from
Detroit.
Great. So how's the team been doing so far?
We've been doing great. We've won every round so far. So we're doing a really good job.
Okay, what's the secret to your success?
Oh man, we've got some beasts on our team. We've got some ladies that have been working really hard for this, and I've been doing this for about 5.5 years. So between experience and just them working their asses off for this, we're really pulling together.
All right, and so what does it mean to you to be here at an event like Carnage?
It means a lot to me. This is the first time that we're having enough femmes to do. We have 6 teams here, and that's the first time in the history of the U.S. that we've had 6 women teams in one place at one time. And tomorrow we're doing 12s, and that's the first time in the history of the U.S. that we've actually been able to do 12s.
Yep. So, women's teams have only been 5-person teams.
Yep.
Briefly.
Yeah, and that's only been the last really year and a half. That before it was just 3v3s. So it's really impressive to get this many women in one place at one time and actually be able to fight like this. So yeah, it means a lot to me because I'm old. So the fact that I still get to be here and be a part of this is really, really great for me.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You started with.
Yeah, I started with foam fighting. I started Nero, a really serious role play LARP when I was like 16, 16, and then I started Amp Guard, Dagger here, stuff like that around 2021, and then I think I was 23 years old when I saw this and went to my first fight, and my mom and dad are looking at me like, "You be careful." And now they're kind of used to it. I just messaged them last night. They're gonna be messaging me. "How'd you do?" I don't know if they're watching. "Hi mom, hi dad." But yeah, I like it. I like how kind of seems like all of the stick sword fighting roads are leading to this. It'll be real good for our sport.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your name and your team?
I'm Grant Hendrickson from Cerberus. This is Giuseppe the Narwhal. He was our Secret Santa gift from our captain. He's one of our mascots. And Cerberus has many heads, so this is one of our heads. So our title mascot.
Thank you very much.
Of course, yeah.
Has he guided you to victory much? Okay, so you guys fought how many matches? 4, 5, 3, what? 5.
4.
You ran all the competition so far.
We lost to Dominus. They are amazing fighters, so no shame there. Carnage also almost took a round from us right at the end. It came down to the time. Again, phenomenal fighters.
Brilliant fighters, yeah.
Loved it all.
Okay, so how do you think you're doing? You think you're going to pull it out? You think you got what it's in you to make that next step to get the gold?
Not after we've lost one fight.
Yeah, not after we've lost one fight.
We think we can win the next fight. We've got that in us. We've got a plan. We're just going to focus on winning, putting all our effort into the next beat.
And then just trust them. Take the numbers as they come.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay, so what was the toughest part of fighting out there?
Well, I've got a very tough reason.
Yeah, he's got asthma.
Yeah, my bloody American airs killing my lungs, so I've got like half a lung.
I'm sweaty, but I'm fine otherwise.
All right. Okay, so then what team, Kenya's, what did they have that you couldn't get past?
They're one of their runners, they're with the 200 axe. He is so fast, so quick, and it was like in the first round it was me and Martin on the corner, and my job was literally to be, yes, I'm fighting the guy in front of me, but trying to keep in an eye, because as soon as we were pushing, gaining a bit of ground, he started coming, and he is like, the guy knows how to, if you watch any of the fights, you'll see him just he's like a pinball machine. It's a really difficult thing to fight against, purely because it's not we're so used to, like, European fights are very slow, very sluggy. As you watch most of our fights turn into a bit of a slugfest. That's what European fight is, whereas Dominus and Kenya are really good at the controlled chaos. And it is so impressive to watch, and it's really it's a completely different style of fighting that we're not used to. But it's so impressive to be witness to, and we're learning how to deal with it. I think
it's dynamic. It's more dynamic.
Yeah, it's more. It's real good fun fights though.
Okay. And one last thing, I've noticed here that since 2012, when I started this game, I've never ever seen the retrieval of a weapon from by a guy who's lost it be so key and integral a part to the strategy and tactics of the game. How about with you? Is this a new level, a new thing to make it so important that it'll actually change the outcome of the game? Or has this been the way it is for you guys all along?
That's the same for us as well.
Yeah.
If you lose a weapon, you can't fight, so that's one of the rules we try and extort as much as possible.
I personally think the whole, you can only take weapons from one little area, makes it so much more important, because I think against the guys, Skelegram, our guy Guy, lost his weapon, and Skelegram just defended our weapon point, which I think is a genius way of doing it, because it's instead of taking the man out, you've removed it, he's just got to float around, being awkward, so that they can carry on their fight, and it's a way of, Skelegram weren't wasting energy by trying to wrestle him. He's just got a guy sort of stood there going, ooh. I've done it in a tournament in Germany. They lined weapons up, and we're against Prague Trolls, I think. And I saw an opportunity. I got free and saw about 4 or 5 weapons on the side, just swept them all off.
Oh wow!
And
so
you think, oh, that doesn't do anything. 30 seconds later, someone comes up and I can hear that in the background while I'm fighting someone else. Weapon! Yeah, they're all on the floor, mate.
Now, frankly, this is the first time I've seen these bar-like shelves around a list.
Yeah.
Normally they'd just be handed by people, sometimes not even in armor. If they were playing this kind of game against that, those guys would have wound up in the line of fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is
it's a little bit safer for the crowd. Don't get me wrong. Or like
Yeah.
the support is safer, but yeah, I think the tabletop completely changes the game as well. It means you've not got much hanging. Like I can hang on because I've got the arms like an octopus. I can just reach all the way across. But I think it was against Warlords. I was hanging on for dear life. I could feel hits coming in as I just put my arm on a chopping board.
All right, yeah. I'll let you guys get ready for your next fight. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Carolina.
All right, and welcome back to Carolina Carnage. We just had a small celebration for one of our Buhurt kids, a little birthday sing-along. We're getting ready for the 5 versus 5 award ceremonies. Nate, what'd you think about that action today?
Great fighting from a lot of awesome teams. It was really nice to see each of them out there and kind of take their own strategies and see how it happened on the field. It was an awesome fight, so I was really glad to be part of it.
Some of our
third place goes to Kenyaz out of Michigan.
Hard-fought victories for Nyaz.
I would say that there is definitely an argument to be made for Andrew McCabe being the MVP, excuse me, of the 5 vs. 5s.
Absolutely.
It's like they're getting some sort of trophy and certificate, probably provided from one of our wonderful sponsors, Historicum, Age of Craft, Buhurt Tech, Gohurt, Canadian Buhurt Shop, Red Snake Armory, Soft Warrior, and a special thanks to Sean Stancer and John Bilby for providing our sponsorships today. That's third place to Kenya's.
And I'm expecting a second place White Company. That's
and
correct.
There it is.
Second place White Company, one of our international teams.
Dropping a few rounds, but ultimately only losing to Dominus. Again, thanks so much again to White Company for coming all the way out here to South Carolina to teach Americans how to fight some Buhurt.
Many of the White Company competitors won and placed at the top of their podiums in the outrance and in the duels.
That is correct. Tough fighters all around.
Well, I take that back. Did they? Yes, there were polearm duels. Yeah.
Yep.
No. Did they fight?
Not sure what Larry has there that he's handing him over, but some sort of token of gratitude.
Something about a gas station.
Beautiful, beautiful fighting from White Company all day today, and all of our competitors really gave it their all out there on the list.
Absolutely, and great to see there you go, to see the Union Jack.
White Company receiving gift certificates from Age of Craft there. And then that means first place goes to Dominus.
And first place.
I don't believe they dropped around all day or yesterday either.
So from today They had a 4-1, 4-1 win over Warlords, a 5-1, 5-1 win over our bronze medalist, Kanyaz, a 5-1, 5-1 win over our silver medalist, White Company, a 5-1, 5-1 over our Iron Lions, and a 5-1, 4-1 over our Canadian visitors, the Skullgrams. A dominant performance. Lots of great fighters out there on the field today.
Let's see, Colin Campbell, that's an Australian fighter, for those of you in the chat. An American living in Australia, fighting in America. Awesome fighting from them indeed. And I do believe that concludes our 5 vs. 5 award ceremony. Oh,
and there it is,
as
just
I
like predicted. Andrew
Called
McCabe winning MVP for men's 5v5.
He was definitely a force multiplier out there on the field. Plenty of takedowns, running and gunning. A well-deserved MVP to Andrew McCabe. Well, that's... Brett Skinner receiving the most inspirational award. I'm sure he was not expecting that at all. As he's running to the list now. Brett Skinner fights with the Warlords. I believe he was doing running mostly support for the Warlords for this event. Great fighter. I know he's wrestling some injuries right now, but once he gets back in the armor, he's a force to be reckoned with as well. Larry giving out some inspirational words. And your victory photo op, as always. You know, Pixar didn't happen.
There's the last few comments there from Larry pointing out the amazing contribution of our Inspiration Award winner, Brett Skinner, coming back from a surgery to come out and coach 3 to 5 teams. That looks like the angriest boys choir I've ever seen.
Well, they did do a lot of touching of each other out here today.
All right, next up, we want to acknowledge some of our marshals who are new marshals to help out, volunteers and such. We acknowledge their efforts and development and skills they brought to the community. First up, Chris Wilkinson.
Now we're honoring our marshals out here for today. Again, thank you to all of our marshal staff for running such a well-oiled machine of an event here at Carolina Carnage 2023. Definitely made some tough calls out there, but a lot of right calls were made as well. Some sweet dance moves.
For those of you cheering for that Dinky interview, I believe it was completed. It's getting ready to be uploaded. If my little birdies are telling me accurate information.
We did find them. just for you. Amber, she just tested out for her martial certification.
Outstanding.
The other day, and I believe that's her passing there. So she'll be a certified marshal for HMB USA. Alrighty. Looks like that's going to wrap up our award ceremony. Here in about another 10-15 minutes, we're going to prepare for 12 years 12 here in Carolina Carnage 2023.
So the 5 versus 5 is always a fast-moving competition. Very rarely are there long, slow movements. How would you characterize the 12v12s for folks that haven't seen it before?
12v12s are definitely way different than a 5 versus 5 match. Generally, both teams, they'll come together in the middle and kind of form like your battle lines, as you might say, and you'll see both sides generally chopping back each other. You'll see a lot more pole arms, a lot more two-handed weapons coming down there, and a good mix of basically some sort of shield wall involved. Eventually, as one or two fighters begin to go down on one side, you'll see it break into more of a grappling kind of a 5-on-5 on different sides of the list, basically. But it starts out a lot slower, but then once it gets going, you'll see some big hits. You'll see a lot of tripping and running and throwing, so it's a lot more dynamic of a fight, I'd say, than the 5 versus 5s.
And I would imagine that in the early stages of the fight, we're in the 5 versus 5 because 5 people can't span the complete width of the list, that it may be harder to get into the backfield for the 12s.
It depends on the runner and the fighter. If you got a fighter like Andrew McCabe that's fast enough that can slip through the lines and circle back around, like you've been seeing him do all day, it's actually a little bit almost easier because you can't keep track of everybody on the field, especially with 24 bodies out in a list this size.
And at the larger tournaments, especially in Europe, are the 12s usually from the same country?
Yeah, usually from the same country and a lot of times from the same team. The Europeans, I know they have a lot more manpower to be able to actually put those teams together. Here, since we're such a large country and so far divided, we don't get to practice 12s as much, but having an event like this, a lot of teams pool their resources together and you'll have 2 5 versus 5 teams become a 12.
So I believe we have 6 teams available for the 12 versus 12 combinations of some of the folks out on the field. The War Dukes will be facing Burninators first. Black Company will follow up facing North Ward. Then we'll have Plague Knights. I believe that's a combination of Plague Rats and the Palmetto Knights.
I do believe so.
Against Burninators. And then after that, Iron Lions look like they're fielding their own team.
It looks like they might be.
Or possibly they may have some mercenary fighters joining them and just leaving it at an Iron Lion's name. But with that, we have plenty of fights following up from that with those combination teams.
Yeah, one also note for the 12 versus 12s is that you get a deeper pool of reserves as well. I think you get to up to 20-man roster, and then those 8 can switch out in between rounds, just like you see with the 5 versus 5s.
And I guess that would be pretty important if you're starting with 5s, I imagine the fight has to be shorter generally than a 12 versus 12 because at some point you're going to be down to just 10 folks on the field.
Yeah, you'll see the 12s do tend to drag out a lot longer than your 5 versus 5s, unless you have a really explosive team that just breaks through and just crumbles down.
So having all those extra auxiliary fighters in reserve would be very useful in the 12s.
Definitely beneficial, of course.
So, giving you some results from the previous days of fighting. The results from day 1 in the duels: men's Sword and Shield was won by Greg Fisher. Second place was Andrew McCabe, and third place was Sean Fabian. Women's Sword and Shield, first place was Shoshana Shalana. Second place was Celeste. Third was Katie Bowman. First place in men's Sword and Buckler was Dakota Miller. Second place, Andrew McCabe. Third, Bo Ring. For the women's, first place was Shoshana Shalana. Second was Christine Napolitano, and third, Jesse Arroyo. Longsword was won by Jonathan McCartney with a close second-place finish by our own Nate Moose Lord Maxfield. Third place was Ben Splitter. First place in women's longsword was Julie Peterson. Second place was earned by Celeste. Third was Spencer Sybeck. Men's polearm, first place was Bohumil from White Company. Second place was Matthew Creedican. Third place was Matt Stansby. For the women's polearm, first place was Spencer Sybeck. Second place, Amanda Hatt. Third place, Ashley Fry. For the Altrits fighters, the 5 categories for the men's, lightweight was won by Boris Tuman, middleweight by Johnny Porter, heavyweight by Matthew Creedican, super heavyweight was Brendan Freeman, ultra heavyweight was Colin Campbell, and for the ladies, Altrits fighting, lightweight was won by Shoshana Shalana, and heavyweight was by Celeste. If you would, Nate, can you give another shout-out to our sponsors while I look for some other winners?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks again to our sponsors, Historicum, Age of Craft, Buhurt Tech, Gohurt, Canadian Buhurt Shop, Red Snake Armory, Soft Warrior, and special thanks to Sean Stancer and John Bilby. Thank you all for your contributions and sponsorship for this event. Your contributions are greatly appreciated and definitely help get us all involved and made this event happen.
Absolutely. Other winners we have from yesterday's women's 5 versus 5, we have Sororitas Pegasi winning first place, Den Locke in second, and Walkurin in third. And as you just saw in the award ceremony, it was Dominus taking first place in the men's 5v5, White Company from England taking the second place silver medal, and Kenya's USA in third. It's been a long day here in the broadcast.
Little buffing error, that's all that was. Perhaps maybe we can get some of those awesome replays from the last couple days going. Oh, nope. Maybe not. Not right now.
Some of the great tech that we've had going on here this year has been an addition is the replay system. And I know myself, it's been a good challenge, a happy challenge to get used to the replay system. This is the first year we've had it available to us in the broadcast booth.
And every year this venue and this event just gets better and better. Being able to bring that replay and fill in those little dead times that we have usually in between rounds it has been just a game changer, I think, for especially as ourselves here in the commentary and for all of our viewers at home as well.
Absolutely, and it's been a great experience for me having a second person in the booth with me. Nate, thank you for being here. You've added so much to this broadcast, and I hope you're going to come back next year and help us out.
I've been coming to Carolina Carnage for the last 4 years, and I don't see any reason why I won't be next year as well.
And we both competed in longsword on Friday, and maybe then we'll have a competition. We'll be able to face each other in the list.
Yeah, we haven't faced each other yet, unfortunately.
If not, a good pickup fight, and maybe he'll break a sword on me like he did on someone on Friday.
Got to get a new one first.
Well, we've got some great sponsors to choose from.
That we do, and I'll probably be hitting up some of them after this weekend.
So, with fighters that are looking to get involved in this sport, I know that I found it in the U.S. through friends that already did other medieval types of competitions. But if someone doesn't have a direct network to a current fighter, how would you suggest they go about that?
All right. So if a fighter, like I found myself after when I was living in California, didn't have any idea what Buhurt was until I saw a couple videos on YouTube, and all I did was a quick Google. You can find a lot of the teams are listed in the HMB USA website. You can also go to palmettoknights.com and look up the Night Finder on their website, and they will put you in contact with one of the local teams in your area.
Nate, I'm getting an update. We have contact with Dinky.
Do we really?
We have contact with Dinky. Now, I can't guarantee.
We have made contact.
I can't guarantee that it will last the whole time before the first 12 fight, but I think we're going to be patching in the Dinky interview shortly.
Well, let's get him in there.
Yes, I believe I hear his voice off in the distance, calling to us.
Dinky, Dinky, Dinky.
We're working on the audio, folks.
It's like a couple of technical difficulties here. I would say Dinky's hat is almost as impressive as mine.
Absolutely. And you'll notice in the background, coming up in just a bit, this event sponsored by, well, not officially, unofficially sponsored by Chevrolet, because that's how we have to haul this list field around. certainly a heavy piece of equipment, and we'd like to thank Trey for all his hard work and making sure we have a great list field to compete in.
Yeah, Palmetto Knights have really put on an awesome event here. They spend months and months prior to getting set up, reaching out for sponsors and setting up this awesome venue that we have here. This is by far one of the largest tournaments that we've had here in the United States. Over 260 different competitors throughout the 3 days we've been fighting. 16 5 vs 5 and 6 female teams for 5 vs 5s. It's been amazing 3 days that we've had here, and I look forward to doing it again next year.
And in addition to Carolina Carnage,
if you can,
if
tell me
you
your name and what
are
team-
local to the South Carolina area, wait, we may have audio coming soon.
Not quite sure.
Well, if you're local to the southeast area, the Palmetto Knights also host the Dragons Cup tournament at Dragon Con each year.
All right, we're getting the signals now that the Dinky interview is a go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
I see his beautiful visage. Listen to his words.
All right. How did that happen?
Well, realistically, so originally, it's a bit of a long story, but to make it quicker, I was a guy called Daniel Cooper, trains out Western Wolves. Today, he's on Dominus, one of the other Australians. We went over to a training camp called Balls, held by Craig Ivey, and while we were over there, I met a bunch of the lovely guys in the American Buhurt scene, and made a lot of connections and friends, got a lot of skills, brought that back to Australia, and then overheard that for this tournament, Warlords needed a fighter. So I was like, you know what? I'm down, let's do this.
Great. What's the fighting scene like in Australia?
So much smaller. Like, this is a very large tournament. We wouldn't have something sort of this size. What I tend to find is that while we don't have so much quantity, we do have a lot of quality. There's probably only like active, probably less than 10 teams, but a lot of the fighters from those teams, like obviously myself, Jake Taylor, Daniel Cooper, Molly Fry, those guys are representing out on here. There's a very high skill ceiling in it. The Australian Buhurt scene, while being small, I feel like between Team Havoc, Team Kraken, Freaking Beasts, Warhounds, Tears, the whole lot, very, very highly rated, in my opinion. Slightly biased.
All right, so don't be intimidated if I move this close to you. I'm just trying to get the volume.
Yeah, not a problem.
All right, so how's your weekend been going so far?
It's been a good weekend. So we thought it came across, we planned it preliminary. We thought the main idea was we're going to try and make it through pools, get to the finals. Obviously, we got that, so first goal achieved. And then just kind of grind iron and get as much steel as we can across the other teams. And that, obviously, I think we finished overall fourth. Not bad considering, obviously there's going to be limited synergy making across teams, but it's been an awesome weekend. The American Buhurt scene's been fantastic. There's been like this great sense of brotherhood. Having the White Company guys over here has been amazing. It's just been awesome, period.
All right, and we're coming back around for the men's 12 versus 12.
You'll see the two teams lining up, 6 row or 2 by 6. That's to make sure that all the fighters are been checked and that they have the right number of fighters on the field. Looks like we have War Dukes in the green and what was it? What color they called that yesterday?
I believe it was reported to us as Robin's Egg Blue.
Robin's Egg Blue, correct, from the War Pigs on the right. On the left, we have the Burninators, which looks like a mix of Iron Lions and Kenyas. Like we made mention earlier, you'll see a lot more pole arms. You actually see longer pole arms to help get that reach when you see the two teams kind of meet in the middle. There's always a little bit interesting dynamic in terms of how the fighting will usually go. Usually it starts out kind of two of them creating a battle line, duking it out. And as later in the fight, it usually breaks down back into those grapples we typically see in the 5 versus 5s. Except just expect to see a lot bigger and harder hits coming as those pole arms have more time and energy to bring it down on their opponent's head.
And it looks like possibly the Burninators may be fielding a short team here.
Count 2, 4, 6, 8. I count 10 on the Burnators.
That's the same count I have.
Fighting 2 down is detrimental in the 12 versus 12s, but not necessarily a total handicap like you would see in the 5 versus 5. Fighting down is, say, example 4 or 3 to 5. They can still definitely, with the skills from the Burnators, they should be able to put together.
And Warpigs seem to be fielding 11, so not too great a difference.
Alrighty. Looks like we're about to ready to kick off the 12 versus 12s here at Carolina Carnage 2023.
And now, round 1 of the first match of 12v12s. Here we go.
Let's see. You'll tend to see the two sides like pushing in as you do, trying to get through that line. Not always happening. Kenya's being pushed back. Already one fighter down on War Dukes.
And another.
And as you see, breaking down into the grapples, as I had mentioned before. There's a lot more bodies always on the ground as well, so you have to be extra careful about those running and gunning in the middle of the list. Ooh, a good clock from one of the pole arms. It's hard to tell who's got the advantage on there.
I think Warpigs, the War Dukes are a little higher up on numbers.
And
stopped on ratio, maybe?
Yes, it does appear to be that way. I do believe they stop at a 2 versus 6 or more. Again, for safety. Having one dude get beat up by 4 others is not exactly a safe situation. Teams are all now rising up.
Oh, look at those hard pole-arm shots.
As you see that Kenya's fighter trying to push through, but is pushed back, but did get a takedown in the process.
And even recovered back to his own lines.
Yeah. You'll see a lot of that where the fighters will try to pull just one single fighter in and collapse behind them, so then your pole arms in the back can take care of them. One lone fighter.
A faster first round than I was expecting.
Yeah, same, a little bit.
I guess if one team can manage a little bit of an advantage, the tide can turn kind of quickly.
Well, you also got to imagine Kenya's and the Iron Lions both have been fighting all day, where the War Dukes are fresh off the bench.
A fine consideration.
So this also gives a good opportunity for those fighters to spend the whole 3 days fighting. They spend tons of money on travel to get here, so try to get as much fighting as possible.
And
looks like we have an injured fighter from Kenya's. Medical staff is tending to him as we speak.
There we go.
Able to walk on his own volition is always a good sign. Appreciate the shout out in the chat. We are trying to get famous everywhere, but Australia would not be a bad place to do it. I'd love to come down there and visit you guys sometime. Just help with a plane ticket, and I'm all yours. For any of you else that is in the chat, go ahead and give us a shout out where you're listening from or watching from. We'd love to hear from you.
We still have lots of fighting left today on day 3 of Carolina Carnage. Make sure to share this link out to all your social media and your friends.
Alrighty. Burnators look like they're about to just do a charge. There they go, flying kicks and all. I see one Kenya's down.
Some weapons down on the field.
Wyvern's lost a weapon.
Much more activity quickly.
As you can see, it broke down from those battle lines into those classic grapples we're used to seeing with 5 versus 5s. Iron.
And one of the Kenya's fighters backing out under the rail.
Looks like Warpig is dual wielding over there. And this stop fight is called. Again on ratio.
So it's tough to gauge the actual score of these. I'm just going to be marking round 1 and round 2 to the War Dukes.
Yeah, we'll leave it up to the marshals and the actual scorecarders to count who's up and who's down. A lot of times what you have issues with is fighters are so eager to get back up and reset. The marshals usually give the all go after they've got the counts in.
And it even looked like for a good portion of that bout, 4 of the War Pigs stood back in reserve.
As a nice gesture for the Burninator, for sure. Again, we're not out here to injure anybody, just here to have some good fun, especially in the 12s. So good to see that that sportsmanship from the War Dukes.
Up next, we have Black Company and North Ward. And it seems like the teams are going to be lining up in the fashion that I have on my schedule now. So hopefully we'll have those graphics correct from you. Last time they switched things around on us without any notice. So
we will do our best.
They should be correct from here on.
Now the North Ward is a combination of Bastion in the yellow and blue from South Carolina. Looks like Wardens from Colorado.
And Skullgrim.
See 1 or 2 little Skullgrim in there as well.
And Black Company looks like a mixture of, oh my goodness gracious alive, Dominus, Cerberus Emesis, and White Company. Our silver and gold team with a few fill-ins.
Teaming up. This should be a good fight.
Of course, Cerberus Emesis training with Dominus, I believe.
Yeah, they fight out of the same state. The same facility, actually, up in the Pacific Northwest, Oregon specifically.
To quote one of my favorite commentators of all time, this is going to be a slobber knocker, folks.
All right, both teams lining up, making sure they're getting their counts, checking for safety. We'll be interested to see how Dominus and White Company do after fighting all day with a fresh and, I imagine, eager Northern Ward. Always, these fights are a awesome treat. We're able to get a 12 vs 12 tournament going here in the United States as well.
And this is such a great venue for this here. I'm sort of partial because I don't have to get on a plane to get here or travel overnight to do it. But in addition to that, I think this is a very fertile area of the country for this sport. Initially, I think a lot of our competitors were United States veterans. And with the number of military bases here in the Southeast, that may lend to more recruiting for that. But California and Texas sprang up teams very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
California with several.
California has teams all up and down. The team I normally part with, Ordo Draconis, fights out of San Diego. I think we've got the Gold Knights, War Pigs are out of California as well, making the trip all the way across. I appreciate them being here. All right. Looks like Black Company is loading on the bottom rail while Northern Ward is making kind of a spread approach. You see those long pole axes in the back, with their shield men in the front, hoping to drop some bombs and ring some bells.
And you'll notice for the 12 versus 12, there are few, if any, marshals actually on the field. They vacate fairly quickly as opposed to the 5 versus 5.
And a heavy push from Black Company at the top of the list, while the bottom of the list is being a little bit more conservative. Northern Ward pushing into the back, doing a check there, trying to get that Cerberus fighter off balance.
Everyone's still standing for now. It looks like we have a few down in the far side.
Really just got
and a hard hit from behind in the top left.
Pick your fighters and watch them go.
Couple more down.
Whole arms striking all over the place.
Still looking pretty even.
Good mix between Dominus and
maybe a slide edge to Black Company.
Oh, White Company goes down with a kick on himself.
It looks like the polearm is out of the hand of the Warden's fighter.
It looks
looking to retrieve a backup.
Looks like Black Company is finally getting the edge on this fight, and looks like I see more of them up than North Ward. There's our unofficial sponsor driving through the back.
A good double team in the bottom right corner, suddenly joined by the rest of the field.
That massive North Ward fighter.
Oh.
Dropped another one.
And a trip there. Oh.
Good to see that fighter moving. That had me worried there for a second, just not moving. So that's a scary, it can be a scary situation.
And that looks like a 7-2
victory to Black Company.
7-2 to Black Company. Round 1, Black Company.
Black Company pushing that battle line of Northern Ward up. Some of them trying to make a shoot through the gaps there. Able to break it down, and then it breaks down into the grapples that we normally see. Always fun to watch. Ton of action in 12 versus 12. You got to kind of just pick your fighters and watch the ones you want to see.
A good tie up there.
Good falchion strike to the head. Wonderful shot. Oh, there's that White Company fighter just tripping on his own foot. Another trade
and
there.
A hard double-handed sword strike to the leg.
Yeah. We didn't see too many two-handed falchions out there during the 5 versus 5s, but looks like they feel comfortable enough to bring them to the 12s.
A good takedown, followed up by tripping over the one he was just took down. And there's the Colorado flag passing by.
Alrighty. It's like the marshals are done the counting, doing their safety checks. And we'll get round 2 underway. Now, all the same rules do apply from the 5 versus 5s as the 12 versus 12s in terms of striking. No strikes to the feet, back of the knees, groin, back of the neck, and vertical. You really have to watch those with so many pole arms being on the field at one time. Marshals pay extra attention to the neck.
And is there a rule about linear kicking?
I'm not sure.
Linear kicking to the knee?
That's a good question. I'd have to brush up on my rules. I'll get back to you on that one.
That may be an older rule.
Yeah, because you are allowed to strike at the front of the knee, so with a weapon. So I wouldn't see why not with a leg as well. Bastion pushing hard at the bottom of the rail, trying to break up those lines. Instantly, the list folds into chaos.
Oh, a hard shot in the corner, but no one goes down from it.
Runners running every which direction they possibly can. Oh, White Company goes down.
And some hard shots in the bottom left of the screen.
Good fighting from that runner in the purple. Looks still pretty even. Good strike coming there in the middle. Oh, beautiful
and a
shot.
blindside shot from the Warden.
Oh, another.
And a blindside follow-up on White Company. And another.
And another until they all fall down.
It looks that Black Company has the slightest of advantages. A trade.
Seen a lot of
1, 2, 3.
Oh, it's like a 5-on-3 situation. It looks like over there.
I would say.
Oh, got to be careful of those extra strikes on the ground. That can get you carded.
And it looks like a 6-on-1 win for Black Company. Up next, Burninators versus Plague Knights. Plague Knights, first fight of the day. Burninators already facing War Dukes in the first 12 versus 12.
I don't know if we're going to have much of a Burninators team. I see a lot of them as armored down. Let's see if they are able to field their 12s list or 12s team again. Otherwise, we may just move on to the next fight.
You know, we were getting a lot of good feedback from the Dinky interview, but unfortunately the chat numbers have dropped down. I wonder if maybe we gave them too much too soon.
Oh, maybe. Too much of a good Dinky.
Well, hopefully the Dinky fans have not left the building. Oh, a hard shot there on the replay.
Wonderful
right into the
flying knee to that big
area.
fighter.
Oh, and another hard shot to that. He was down.
You start to notice a little bit more dust starting to kick up in the arena.
Absolutely.
After so many bodies and 3 days of trampling it, the ground seems to be finally drying out and starting to get a little bit dust in the air.
Ah, a very nice Saleh. Gorgeous suit of armor there.
Marshall's directing them in. So it does appear that the Plague Knights will be going against the War Dukes, as I think the Burninators have dropped due to not having enough fighters, which is understandable. They spent all day today, this morning, fighting, yesterday as well, and then some of them even the full 3 days into the duels.
Well, we're getting a little bit of an update here in the chat. I may have spoken too soon about our Aussie viewers. They are working on a 4 a.m. watch time already into tomorrow, day 4 of Carolina Carnage for them. And we're so glad that you joined us. Thanks for sticking around. Hold on if you can.
We're almost there. And we appreciate everyone listening and tuning in to the live stream. Go ahead and give us a shout out to where you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you.
And the truck in the background getting a fan as well. Go truck.
I'd like to see that one in the list, just plowing through people.
Well, that Chevrolet is built like a rock.
Alrighty. It's like Marshall is doing a good inspection of the Plague Knights.
That is my favorite of the 12v12 names by far.
It is a very cool name. It looks like it's a mix of Plague Rats, local out of the PK Knights out of South Carolina, and Vanguard.
Yes, I do see a Vanguard tabard down there
in the purple. So.
Oh, and I see a Nyaz USA fighter down there.
Oh, they've allowed them to substitute in there. Appreciate that. Obviously, he just wants more and more and more when it comes to fighting.
Possibly allowing Burninators, who are fielding a short team to begin with, to fill in with the others. That's good.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and round 1 of the Plague Knights versus War Dukes. Big shots coming down on that fighter on the bottom of the rail. Shots ringing out left and right. Big tussle at the bottom of the list as the War Dukes get pushed into their own lines.
Some hard two-handed falchion strikes.
Center's trying to figure out. It's always difficult being a pole arm. There's so many targets. You gotta. It's like their favorite. As a two-hander, 12s are definitely a kids in the candy shop type scenario.
I definitely think War Dukes are on top right now.
Oh, looks like one of the and looks like they call stop fight.
And stop fight called.
One of the Plague Rats. Looks like they lost some armor there at the top of the list.
First round to the War Dukes. Again, Plague Knights on the blue side of the field. War Dukes on the red side of the field. A little bit of a switcheroo.
Let's see. Both teams lining up and said once that initial line collapses and it just breaks into all the grapples that we see here today. It's typical of your 12 versus 12s. Some teams are able to keep that battle line longer than others. Some would say it's a performance issue, but they do their best.
Some hard polearm shots there, followed by a takedown.
Definitely, it's polearm's time to shine is in the 12s for sure. All right, Marshall's getting the counts, making sure numbers are square before moving to the next round.
Madison, thanks for watching from West Virginia. Maybe Taco 97, possibly watching from California. Thanks, Nick, for cheering on the Burninators. Mark, thanks for watching from Santa Barbara. Diana, glad y'all are having that watch party there in England. Thanks for joining us. Getting ready for round 2 of Plague Knights versus War Dukes.
Trying to get all those teams lined up and counted correctly. Numbers can be hard when you're dealing with so many fighters on the field.
We didn't have much practice counting past 2 yesterday morning.
Yeah, it was pretty rough for us. They were going there for a minute. I still don't know what comes after 5.
I know a lot of them that come after 5. I'm just not sure it comes initially after 5.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that reminds me. Did you hear about the Roman centurion?
No, I didn't. What happened?
He went into a bar, and he asked the bartender for 5 beers.
Nice. That's a little early age humor for you.
I pick a few jokes up when I'm roaming around.
Alrighty.
Dressed like this after the fighting, it's always comedy night.
War Dukes making some last-minute adjustments to their lines. Plague Knights ready to spew some disease all over them in the form of poleaxes.
Spew, that's a very visually evocative word.
Really gets the mind going. All right, here we go. Round 2. 12 versus 12 here at Carolina. Carnage 2023.
The center marshal steps out. Good thing, too, because first contact happens right where he left.
That War Pigs fighter unloading on the sparks flying. There's not enough room there even to swing their axe if they wanted to.
They were having a great polearm duel there when 2 fighters just happened to collapse in between them.
Sparks flying on that fighter's helmet up on top. PK making a charge.
Oh, hard shots in the corner.
Looks like they're doing a little bit better, keeping the lines. War Pigs moving in. Different areas breaking it. Looks like the War Dukes have the advantage. Ooh, nice throw. And shot down on that fighter.
And I think...
Oh, that was a dangerous shot.
War Dukes
and stop fight
take
call.
around.
Brutal shots coming in from that War Pig fighter with the 2-handed falchion.
Absolutely. Looks like we have Iron Lions waiting in the wings. We'll see if we can get an update on the new list. See if I can find that for you.
As in schedule, you mean?
Yes.
Excellent. Otherwise, we'll just call it as we see it. All the fighters are getting up and now vacating the list. Which is a great time to go ahead and thank our sponsors again. Historicum, Age of Craft, Buhurt Tech, Gohurt, Canadian Buhurt Shop, Red Snake Armory, Soft Warrior, and a special thanks to Sean Strancer and John Bibley.
Absolutely. This event happening in large part due to their sponsorship and assistance, and a lot of these fighters going home with discount codes, with awards, with monetary prizes they can use to continue fighting and continue growing this sport. So thank you for being a part of it.
Which we're greatly appreciative. I know the fighters love this is really a sport of passion, but getting a little bit of cherry on top is always a nice thing to have.
And you know, now that I think about it, you know what I'd love to see at a sponsored event like this at some point?
What's that?
I would love to see an exhibition, maybe one of the armories be able to send a representative to show off some of the kit.
Oh, yeah. I know that in past events they have had some of the sponsors come out. But yeah, that would be great to see.
maybe I'm just looking on a sample to try on.
Yeah, you know, I'm 6'2", 200 pounds, you know, 188 centimeters for our European friends. They want to hook something up.
Just for a suggestion.
I would love to try on your armor. Please send it my way. I am partial to a wolf rib, but my heraldry is red and white. So send them on down.
We're waiting for
their opponent.
Let's see, Black Company.
All right, looks like the Burnators are going to take a 5-minute break before the next round.
Black Company was just on the field.
I think they're waiting to...
And with a 5-minute break, maybe we can cue back up some of the earlier interviews. We've got that coming down for you.
Love to see that or so many of the highlights from the 5 vs. 5s. That'd be great to see as well.
And I'd like to thank our incredible broadcast crew up here one more time. Mel and Joel are doing an incredible job. Greg and Alan doing some incredible camera work. Also, we've got Nate over here and the indispensable Jeb, really just doing a great job.
He's really put in the work this weekend for sure.
So if you can just tell me your name and what team you're on.
So my name is Dylan D.I., but everybody here in this sport knows me as Dinky. I'm an Australian. I usually train with Warhounds. I'm the captain there, but today, as you can see by my appropriate text and attire, I'm fighting with the Dallas Warlords.
All right. How did that happen?
Well, realistically, so originally, it's a bit of a long story, but to make it quicker, this guy called Daniel Cooper trains out of Western Wolves. Today, he's on Dominus, one of the other Australians. We went over to a training camp called Balls, held by Craig Ivey, and while we were over there, I met a bunch of the lovely guys in the American Buhurt scene. I made a lot of connections and friends, got a lot of skills, brought that back to Australia, and then overheard that for this tournament, Warlords needed a fighter. So I was like, you know what? I'm down. Let's do this.
Great. What's the fighting scene like in Australia?
So much smaller. Like, this is a very large tournament. We wouldn't have something sort of this size. What I tend to find is that while we don't have so much quantity, we do have a lot of quality. There's probably only like active, probably less than 10 teams, but a lot of the fighters from those teams, like obviously myself, Jake Taylor, Daniel Cooper, Molly Fry, those guys are representing out here. There's a very high skill ceiling in it. The Australian Buhurt scene, while being small, I feel like between Team Havoc, Team Kraken, Griffin Beasts, Warhounds, Tears, the whole lot, very, very highly rated, in my opinion. Slightly biased.
All right, so don't be intimidated if I move this close to you. I'm just trying to get the volume.
Yeah, not a problem.
All right, so how's your weekend been going so far?
It's been a good weekend. So we sort of came across, we planned it preliminary. We thought the main idea was we're going to try and make it through pools, get to the finals. Obviously, we got that, so first goal achieved. And then just kind of grind iron and get as much steel as we can across the other teams. And that, obviously, I think we finished overall 4th. Not bad considering, obviously there's going to be limited synergy making across teams, but it's been an awesome weekend. The American Buhurt scene's been fantastic. There's been like this great sense of brotherhood. Having the White Company guys over here has been amazing. It's just been awesome, period.
Yeah, I noticed we got the White Company and we've got the Canadian team, the Skullgrims here.
Skullgrims have been awesome, and Josh Fryer and Genevieve, we met at Balls as well, the previous training camp. It has been awesome to see the Canadians come down here and absolutely wreck shop. Huge respect to all you guys in Canada.
Now, what are your hopes for the sport in Australia and what you're going to be doing in the sport?
So, interesting topical point. I am actually the Australian Medieval Combat President currently. One of the main sort of goals I have, especially when it comes to here as well, is to get closer ties with America. I believe that Australia and America are very interlinked and have a lot of mutual ground to cover. I feel like in some ways, there's a new sort of era sort of coming into focus where Australia and America have a much higher sort of level of teamwork and can benefit a lot from working well together. Obviously, did a great effect in the list with Dominus, but even out of the list. Oh, Jake! But obviously bringing that across does mean that there's a really good chance to improve and bring the entire sport forward. So that's what I sort of feel like is in terms of the future. Well, Australia and America, much tighter. Canada as well, much tighter. New Zealand, much tighter. The English-speaking world, providing a really formidable force to the international Buhurt scene.
Okay, I won't keep you. Thank you very much.
Not at all.
Okay, anything you want to say to your Australian fans?
I'm going to say for the Australian fans, 1, 2, Warhounds!
There you go. Blew out the mic. All right, thank you very much. Captain Zor coming at you.
All right, and we are back to our next match. Looks like we got the War Dukes versus the North Ward.
War Dukes and North Ward. Looks like they may be fielding a little bit of a short team to have some reserves.
Again, after 2 or 3 days of fighting, it's understandable that some of these teams might be short. Plus, with just the amount of people you need to field the 12s, it can really start to take a toll. These fights tend to be a little bit more brutal in terms of striking, grappling, more bodies on the field. There's also a chance for more injuries, so Marshall's definitely taking extra consideration for safety out there during these fights. Looks like Northern Ward sporting a couple great homes out there. You don't see those too often, but they are there.
It's interesting to watch the kit change. After I mentioned the lack of the Eastern kits, someone yesterday was saying that they felt that they weren't quite as good for the melee. I don't know if that's the case or not, or maybe they're just not as popular in the U.S.
I can say I haven't actually fought in one, but I can understand some of the dynamics of why they would think that. The Tonga tends to be a lot longer and heavier in terms of plates, and can be still have a little bit of openness to them as well.
Quick engagement.
On
the near side of the field,
pushing them to the back of their list. Fighters going down all over the place. Forearms having a heyday.
I imagine the field commanders said that we need to take out the War Dukes quickly, and that's what caused that charge.
Oh, yeah. It looks like the War Dukes do have the advantage. And that should be a stop fight. I'm surprised they haven't called it yet. It is a 5-on-1 scenario.
Well,
oh, 2. I see there's 2 there.
And there are a couple of
My
Wardens
mistake.
And a Vanguard. Actually, I think War Dukes may be down. War Dukes at 3.
Oh, maybe. I totally called that wrong. My mistake.
And now 2. It's a 5-on-2.
I switched up what I thought it was earlier.
See Bastion, Vanguard, and Wardens, and 2 War Pigs.
It's that Robin Egg Blue colors that got me.
And this is the closest 12 we've seen so far. Great footwork, staying vertical.
Taking a big strike with that fashion. Oh,
and it's a 2-1 fight. Correction, 2-2.
No, 3-1 actually.
3-1? No, I can't.
That was a friendly fire shot.
Yeah, unless they're switching teams real quick.
Anything to keep the fight going, I guess.
Last man standing.
Traitors amongst them. You definitely get a little confused after having to fight those teams all day yesterday. When you don't see your own tabards, you definitely see other enemy. Teams are lining up again. Doing a little swap out of anyone that's needed.
So that's going to be North Ward with the win over War Dukes, I believe.
That was only the first round.
Well, for that round, yes.
Yeah.
My list is all kinds of gone with Burninator's.
I would say, yes, that is a list with writing on it.
We're going to add to the list at the bottom. So here we have North Ward for round 1 and War Dukes.
War Dukes in the green.
And taking a look at the replay.
Beautiful hits.
And still trying to figure out who's.
Got to be careful of those shots down on the leg.
That poor Bastion fighter, I think, took a few axe shots from their teammate until they were able to figure out who was who.
Great fighting from that Bastion fighter with a gray helm.
And the trade to end the fight.
All right, looks like the Northern Ward is going to try doing a similar stage. Stacking that lower part of the list with a ton of fighters. They're going to probably try to pretend to be a tank and just chug along into their lines.
Look like the marshals are having a couple of last-minute checks and a weapon swap.
Looks like the War Dukes splitting off in a 6-on-6. And here we go again.
Round 2. First contact on the near side of the field with a hard push from North Ward.
North Ward again pushing War Dukes all the way back to their list.
Look at those repeated axe shots right into that.
That's gotta hurt.
Oh,
that fighter definitely should be considered down, but we'll see if the marshals did call it.
And hard shots. That Warden just going to town with that poleaxe. Has multiple down. Number 77 with the Wardens.
44.
Oh my goodness.
Good check saving his fellow Bastion there. Looks still pretty even.
I think we might have a War Dukes advantage here.
That Warden coming in to help, taking down a trade. That War Pig unleashing hell with that two-handed falchion.
Maybe a
looks like
a 3-on-2 scenario.
So that War Pig came out on the advantage there. And that Bastion's down, calling it.
And that's the fight.
Looks like we'll go to a round 3.
And War Dukes, the winner of that round. Taking a look at the replay here.
Shots going.
Those hard axe shots just slamming in.
Yeah, you definitely tend to get a lot more of those pole arms swinging in the 12 versus 12s. A Warden fighter making it good. Big shots into that fighter.
And a good trip. Good field awareness to know where to put the bodies.
That fighter taking a knee note, not wanting that pole arm anymore. Into round 3 we go. Looks like North Ward might be down 1 or 2 fighters.
And then it looks like maybe Black Company and Plague Knights are ready on the wings.
Yeah, looks like North Ward is only fielding 9 fighters at this time.
Oh, a couple of more are trickling in.
Oh, there we go.
Looks like they might be pulling a Plague Rat in to help.
Looks like a Plague Knight snuck in there. Hopefully it doesn't spread too much disease.
And another just snuck onto the field. We'll see.
Play a game of Among Us out there on the field. I'd like to thank viewers at home again for tuning in all across the world. We definitely appreciate your guys' support and joining us here today.
We've had viewers from Australia, Iraq, the UK, Ireland yesterday, all across the United States, all across Canada, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Ottawa,
Germany, Italy,
yes,
Argentina.
Well. I have not seen anyone give a shout out from any of the Asian countries. I don't recall.
All right, and we're into round 3.
And quick movement in the center.
Big shots coming into the
and a hard takedown.
Fires. Too many W names in this list. That fighter doesn't have a weapon. Taking plenty of shots.
Several wardens going down.
Ooh. Good shots coming in from that warden fighter into that war pig. Looks like it's stalled a little bit down at the bottom of the list. Being a little bit more standoffish. One warden down at the top of the list. As
And
the war pigs reset.
Definitely the War Dukes having the advantage at the moment, it seems.
They do indeed.
There's the ABCs of polearm combat. Always be chopping.
That war pig making a run for the backfield. Good throw by that warden. This looks like it's evening out a little bit.
Oh, hard falchion strikes.
Well, it looks like that warden fighter had a gauntlet stuck in his arm.
Oh.
Good block by that fighter.
And taking down that two-handed falchion fighter, I think,
this Bastion can get the throw, and he does. Beautiful. It looks like it's the advantage to the Northern Ward.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I didn't see them in the bottom corner there. It's hard to tell who's alive and who's down.
It does look like North Ward. Oh! And hard to count here.
Bodies over bodies.
I see.
Ooh, big action.
I see 4-2. And now 4-1. That fight to North Ward.
Alrighty.
Round 3 to North Ward.
Good fighting indeed. All right, looks like Black Company and Plague Knights are both up next.
Don, thanks for cheering on. Greg from New Hampshire.
Horns waving around their battle flag. Good checks and attacking over there. It definitely gets very chaotic there in the 12s. Got to constantly keep your head looking around.
Oh, that one warden looked like he was blocking his head with his gauntlets.
Yep.
That sounds like a dangerous way to break some fingers.
That's a good way to break some fingers. Indeed. Those wardens war pigs pushing the warden down. Good takedown on their part. Grappling the bottom of the list there. Pole arms coming in. Never feels good.
And a good trip at the top.
Good check.
Good shield punch. And here's the takedown of that falchion in just a second.
The two-hander, yep.
Yep. I think he takes a shot at Ian there and then gets pushed over a pile.
Gotta watch out.
You better not cry.
Better not pout.
I'm telling you why. North Ward is coming to town.
There you go. I was trying to finish that and had a brain fart there. All right, we now have in the list Black Company, making up of Dominus, Cerberus, and White Company, and Plague Knights of PK, Plague Rats, and I think Vanguard as well.
Seeing the Archer's helm's more common with Palmetto Knights. I think that's partly due to the trend set by our hero Trey. I say that with no irony either.
Definitely a hallmark of PK for sure. I don't see many other clubs or teams using them. Here we go. Black Company holding the line. I'm sure none of those fighters are getting through.
Oh,
a good whack to the head
push
there.
Black Company with the lead early on.
They're making definitely good work of the Plague Knights.
Some of Black Company in the center looking for an opponent and finding one on the near side of the screen.
They become scarcer and scarcer as time goes by.
Oh.
Good throw by that Plague Knight. And staying up, too. It's never fun being the guy falling on.
And stop fight call.
It's like round 2, Black Company.
That's the first round.
That's
going to
Colin
Black
Campbell
Company.
out there in the middle with all the favors on his belt. A brutal fighter, but one of the nicest people you ever meet. All right, as we reset, and here's goes back to the replays. So, pole arms. It's hard to keep up with how many strikes are going. One of the Cerberus got in the backfield there, as you saw, and able to take them down.
Nice little skip and hop, trying to avoid the fallen knight. Oh, that was right in the sacrum.
Good strike there, using the bodies, and then fell over the same ones not too long after.
And reset for round 2.
Gates
on
are
your screen
closed.
now. Well, on your screen now, Black Company on the right, and Plague Knights on the left. On your screen eventually, everybody.
All right. See if Plague Knights can bring around to Black Company. And here we go, round 2. Marshall's getting out of the way.
Black Company taking the center of the field, likely to hold it.
White Company into the backfield. Ooh, big kick there. Oh, and a tumble from the Plague Rat.
And that Palmetto Knight staying standing. Oh, until then.
Another
withstanding plenty of leg kicks.
Black Company making quick work of the Plague Knights.
A helmet off. That fighter diving out of the ring. Smart move there. Self-preservation.
Probably one of the scariest things that could ever happen.
Round 2 to Black Company. Waiting to see who will be following.
Great
Looking at that
fighting.
replay, look at those kicks.
Ooh.
And a
Trips.
fighter into the leg, still standing, and a good spin right into the rail.
Put his axe right up on top of the rail for him.
And here we're about to see that fighter go down and then climb out to protect their noggin.
He's calling for Burninators. I haven't seen them since their first round. I don't know if they are still up or not.
Interesting.
Black Company denying their break, saying they don't need one. Showing you the athleticism of that team as a whole, fighting for 3 whole days straight.
Absolutely.
I was talking to some of the White Company fighters about some of their training. They say on some of their practices, they do enough rounds to simulate a tournament. So fighting anywhere between 11 to 12 plus fights during just one training session.
That's incredible. One of the challenges early on in the United States development of the sport, I think, was that teams were not only small in number and small in size individually, but so spread out compared to Europe.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
It was an overnight drive just to go see your nearest team to try to get a large enough group to do 5-on-5.
That too, and getting a hold of armor was so difficult as well.
So with geography playing a factor there, I think that's one of the reasons why the U.S. has fewer tournaments, is in addition to having, well, I don't know if we have more teams in the country compared to other countries, but we certainly have a longer distance to travel to get between them.
Yeah, any team that wants to go to any tournament, you're looking anywhere between a day of travel at least. Whether East Coast goes to West Coast comes here, and then those flyover states in the middle as well.
And I haven't seen the Mexican team lately. I'm not watching a lot of international competition myself, unfortunately.
I know they have had a couple Buhurt League tournaments down in their country. I think we had some United States teams actually attend those as well.
And we had the Mexican team visit us at Carolina Carnage a few years back.
I do remember that, yeah. But no, just overall, the fighting has hugely increased year to year with the teams in America, and it's just awesome to see.
And I think with the various restrictions that have prevented growth in all areas of sport in the past couple of years, as those change, I think we're going to see a rebound.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's perfect evidence of it here. A larger crowd than we've ever had. Most fighters, most teams, most support staff being involved.
Yeah, it's a wonderful sight, and I'm glad to be a part of it. And if you want to be a part of this awesome league that we have going here too, go ahead and hop on the Googles, Google HMB USA or Palomado Knights, and we can get you hooked up. Either a fighter, support, or marshal. So sign up and come on out and fight with us today.
And if you're still on the fence or the list field about it, make sure that you come and check out some events in your local area. See if this is for you. See and smell and taste the dust in the air.
All right, and we've got a mixture of War Dukes and Plague Knights going against Black Company. Putting up a good fight there. Huge shots coming in from Dominus there.
Hard pull-on shots. Ah!
White Company in the back there.
That's a helmet splitter.
I think my belt got rung off that hit. Black Company coming out strong, showing that their tank is only half empty from today's fighting.
Wonderful endurance. Wonderful endurance.
And it really takes a lot of endurance to be in the sport, but don't let that be preventing you from joining. Any team that you can join, do want to join, will definitely help you get in shape to be able to wear this either 50 to 70 pounds of armor. So.
Yeah, and you and I have been talking about our histories a little bit in the sport. I got involved about 9 or 10 years ago, and at the time, I was one of the youngest fighters in the United States in my early 30s, and I think even now the average age is probably under 30, would you say?
It's definitely getting pretty close. This sport does have a lot of initial costs getting into it with buying the armor. But yeah, I'd say 25 to 30 is a good average age for the fighters we have now in the United States.
So, yeah, we have fighters here this weekend in their 50s and still placing on the podium. I believe the oldest U.S. fighter to compete at the world level was in his late 60s.
Wow, that's very impressive.
He was here a few years ago at Carnage.
So yeah, don't be afraid. At any age, you can come and participate. We had said we have duels that we had on the first day: long sword, sword and buckler, sword and shield, pole arm, and then some pro fights as well.
And you don't necessarily need a full set of armor to get involved. In fact, you can check out one of our sponsors, Soft Warrior, as well as the other suppliers. I know Age of Craft does some padded.
They do indeed. They have some really nice stuff, and you can get it customized with designs as well.
And for you Johnny Cash fans out there, you don't have to buy your armor all at once. You can get it one piece at a time,
as most fighters do.
It'll definitely cost more than a dime.
As I said earlier, dollar bills, y'all. Or for our European friends, euros.
Yeah, euro, gonna pay some money.
All right, round 2.
Here we go.
Moving hard to the bottom rail. Just love hearing those pole arms clanking on armor.
Some fighters down in the center.
Ooh, mean shot to the back of the head there. Fights going left and right. Black Company with the advantage. That War Pig fighting off multiple White Company.
Check out the. These were a couple of very stout axe shots, and a couple more incoming here. If he can catch an opponent to strike.
And stop fight.
Stop fight called by the marshals. Another victory
for Black Company.
For Black Company.
Marshall's calls rise, and the fighters are now clearing the list. Beautiful shots for today.
All right, let's see who we have up next.
I do believe the majority of those fighters.
Taking a look at the replay here, you can see the first bit of the scrum and the first fighters down in that last 12v12. Field awareness always important, keeping that polearm fighter on his feet.
Good striking coming from some of the War Pigs.
Oh, and just a takedown from behind lifted him off his feet and sat him down. Some push under the rails. Looked like we had a headlock there that tried to end, but
couldn't quite get it.
Ended on the ground. Looks like we have North Ward getting ready on the red gate.
And Plague Knights on the blue. See how much more of these fighters have in them. White Company after the 12s is going to be doing a seminar with a lot of the American fighters, giving a little bit of those tips and tricks, and teach us a little something over here. Really appreciate that.
Once again, we'd like to thank you for joining us for Day 3 of Carolina Carnage at the T. Ed Garrison Arena in beautiful Pendleton, South Carolina. And we hope that you can join us again next year, either in person or on the live stream. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for contributing that way. Also, please share this link. Share the sport. Even once the live stream is over, you can share links, share to the videos so people can catch up, get involved. And a lot of folks, at least in the United States, don't even know that this exists. And once they do, they kind of find a home that was a little spark in their heart that they always knew was there but didn't know how to turn that into a fire. So you can be a part of that by sharing it out.
Yeah. And also, just for all of you know, we will have a unedited version of the live stream of the whole list for both the events, recorded and distributed later at a later time.
Uncensored and uncut.
All right, looks like the fighters are getting ready to rock and roll.
So we have what looks like Bastion, the Wardens, and maybe some Vanguard making up North Ward. And then the Plague Rats and Palmetto Knights. Now, this, now that I'm seeing it, I think this may be the first time that the Palmetto Knights have faced Bastion, the two South Carolina teams. This may be the first time they've faced this tournament because they were in separate 5 versus 5 brackets.
That is correct, yeah. You know, they go back a long way, so we'll see how it goes.
And also some of the Wardens are somewhat spin-off from Palmetto Knights. Former teammates when they lived in the area, going off to perform some great work, starting their own team.
Good clash and smash there at the top. We're running around.
Good movement there in the center.
We've got some speed crocs in the list.
Oh, hard shots from the Warden, crashing down on the near side of the field.
Oh.
And the Plague Rat
Warden's being
takes
quick
tons
look.
of punishment before succumbing.
Big shots coming in.
More hard shots raining in.
Right on top of the head. That fighter takes a knee. Looks like the North Ward has the advantage.
There's something always intimidating to me about those barbute helmets.
Oh, more bodies added to the pile.
And a solid win by North Ward.
Good fighting.
And the fighters rise and begin to reset.
Watch this replay again. A Bastion fighter taking down a PK fighter. Beautiful throw.
A good spin takedown.
Always one of my favorites.
And I see a lot of fighters going down to those rolling spinning takedowns.
Yeah.
More this round, I think, succumbing to the shots than some previously. It's been a long day and a lot of hard hits.
Oh yeah, as I said earlier, the 12s is the polearm's favorite place to be, and you can definitely see why with a lot of these hits, especially that one. Ooh, right in the bottom, the head.
Oh, and some hard shots. 2 axes chopping away at that barbute.
Trying to get him down. It's like North Ward calling in one more fighter. They don't look like they have it. They might be down 1 fighter in this fight.
They have one more coming. It looks like standing over there by the podium.
Oh, yep, you're right. Maybe doing a last minute
Wait
armor.
for me, guys.
Jeb, was that you?
Get in, loser. We're going to Buhurt. That's from a meme. I'm not calling Fighter 90 a loser. Certainly not.
Doing some last final preparations there.
So, fighting in the duels and some of the pro fight stuff that I've done, I like floating arm articulation a whole lot. But then I watch this and think there's no way that I would trust my elbow to floating articulation here. But thankfully, that seems to be a fairly unjust worry. Most folks out here seem to be carrying floating articulation.
Yeah, for me, I fought melees with both. I like the preference of being a two-hander, having the articulating arms. That way, without owning having a shield on the battlefield, I can at least turtle up and offers a little bit more protection than what the floating arms can provide.
So quick moving in the center, 2 large groups with some fighters going down early.
Like
hard axe shots.
Just a train of fighters been pushed everywhere.
Oh, right in the spine.
Having those all that blue on the field can definitely be confusing. Oh, nice kick from that fighter there.
Thank goodness. I saw skin of an open wrist. I was worried it was going to take an axe.
Oh boy, that would be dangerous. Good thing our marshals are keeping a close eye on all these fights as they break down.
Hard axe shots raining in at the far side of the field. That archer's helm doing its job.
Making noise. And that fighter's had enough.
Down.
Stop fight.
Stop fight called. Second round going to North Ward.
Good fight. Plenty of big hits coming in during that round. Awesome job.
Taking a look at the replay here. Look at those strong axe shots raining in.
Did not want to be on the receiving end of those shots.
Was Paul Bunyan from Colorado?
I'm not sure.
And some trade-off takedowns falling down over the pile. And here are those hard shots raining in on that archer helm. Counting 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Synchronized axes.
Trying to ring in the kids for dinner. Scott, thank you for watching from Southern California. I do believe that may conclude our 12 versus 12s.
I see a few more plague rats that were off to the side. Maybe they were just alternates.
Oh, maybe.
I'm looking for... and that concludes the 12 versus 12. But I'm sure that we'll have an award ceremony for that here shortly.
Yes, we will.
So stick around with us for the 12 versus 12 award ceremony.
And a huge thank you for everyone that's tuned in for the last 3 days here at Carolina Carnage 2023. You guys have definitely made our job a little bit more fun, participating with the chats and we hope to see you guys at the next event. Again, another special thanks to all of our sponsors as well. Historicum, Age of Craft, Buhurt Tech, Gohurt, Canadian Buhurt Shop, Red Snake Armory, and Soft Warrior. You want to grab those last two?
And a special thanks to Sean Strassner and John Bibley. Thank you so much for your contributions. Thank you so much for joining us for the live stream. And if you can join us in person, that'd be great. If not, make sure that you share the links for the recorded live stream for folks that want to catch definitely. The recap, the wonderful interviews provided as well. I hope you've enjoyed the increase in production here, and we'd like to thank all of our volunteers, thank all of our marshal staff, all of the staff it took to set this up, run the gate. My favorite new commentator, the Moose Lord, here with me.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it a lot, and some of those persons in the chat want to fly me to their events. I'll gladly commentate there for them as well.
Absolutely. If you'll stick around for just a moment, I'm going to see if we have our winners listed. I thought I heard Larry might have just called out the winners rather than a full-on ceremony. I'm not sure. Let's see what I can find.
And if you would like to follow myself on any Instagram, my Instagram tag is nightly with a K _Euro _Nate. I'd be happy to have you, and awesome content as well.
As of now, what I'm seeing score-wise is Black Company with 3 wins, Burninators with 1, and Northward with 1.
Burninators with 1 fight, having a 1 win, huh? That seems...
Well, I think they managed maybe 2 fights.
Stop updating, or...
And I've got 6 fights counted, and that's 5 scored, so... let's see if we can get an answer for you real quick as to whether or not there'll be an official award ceremony. Maybe we can get somebody to check in with Larry. And we'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
So this is the door that keeps people in and out of the field. Do you know who designed it?
It was Trey, right there.
Right there? Okay, I'll talk to him soon. Is it hard work lifting it and closing it and all that?
No, not really. It's very steady, consistent.
Is it the most? Right there? Okay, I'll talk to him soon. Is it hard work lifting it and closing it and all that?
No, not really. It's very steady, consistent.
Is it the most secure gate you've ever seen?
Factually, yes, it is.
What's the brilliance about it?
The way that he's got it set up with the latching mechanism and with these closed, this keeps these from being able to be pushed open along with the bar. And then this latch that's on it actually goes through and locks shut so the list can't be spread apart.
So it's like a multiple redundancy system.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. Thank you very much.
And we're back to conclude Day 3 of Carolina Carnage 2023. Today was a great battle of the 5 versus 5 final tournament, as well as the women's all-v-all and the men's 12v12. Taking a look at the results from Day 1, first we have men's sword and shield, and the winner there was Greg Fisher, followed by Andrew McCabe and Sean Fabian. The women's sword and shield was won by Shoshana Shalana. Second place was Celeste, and third was Katie Bowman.
Yeah, buckler for first place for men's was Dakota Miller. Second was Andrew McCabe, and third was Bo Ring. For the women's, Shoshana Shalana, I think that's how you say it, right, was first. Second was Christine, and third was Jessie Arroyo,
yep. For longsword in the men's division, first place with Jonathan McCartney, followed secondly by our great Nate the Moose Lord Maxfield, and third was Ben Splitter. Women's longsword, first place was Julie Peterson, second place was Celeste, and third was Spencer Sybeck.
All right, for polearm, we've got, you say that again?
Bohumil placed first.
From White Company, Matthew Creedigan, and Stanby as third place. First place was Spencer Sybeck for the women. Second was Amanda Hapt, and third was Ashley Fry.
For the Altrance fighters, there were 5 categories. For the men's lightweight division, Boris Tuman won, and first place for middleweight was Johnny Porter. First place heavyweight was Matthew Creedigan. Super heavyweight was won by Brendan Freeman. Ultra was won by Colin Campbell. And for the ladies, lightweight was Shoshana Shalana, and heavyweight was Celeste. For the women's 5 versus 5, first place went to Sororitas Pegasi, second place to Den Locke, and third to Waukurin. For the men's 5v5, first place, I believe we had Dominus.
Dominus was first place, second place was White Company, and third place was Kenya's.
Kenya's USA, that's right.
Kenya's, yep.
And then with our final for the 12v12, that was won by Black Company, with second place going to War Dukes, I believe.
Yep.
Thank you so much for joining us for Carolina Carnage 2023. We can't wait to see you again in person if you can join us next year at all the other great HMB USA events. And Nate, do you have any final comments?
No, great fighting. Thank you, everyone, for attending and showing your support through the live stream. One last thank you to all of our sponsors again, to Historicum, Age of Craft, Buhurt Tech, GoHurt, Canadian Buhurt Shop, Red Snake Armory Softwares, and a special thanks to Sean Strantner and John Bilby. All of your contributions, everybody, and then a huge thank you to the staff, marshals, tech team, security, medical, and Palmetto Knights for setting this all up and allowing us to be here for these last 3 days.
And if they're interested in finding out more about how to get involved, even as a spectator or a participant, where would they check out?
They can definitely Google HMB USA and take us to the website there, or they can follow PalmettoKnights.com and they can find all of the events that they have scheduled, which are numerous coming up here in the future.
All right. This is Palmetto Knights. I am Sim, the Witch Dr. Holloway.
And I am Nate, the Moose Lord Maxfield.
Signing off from Carolina Carnage. Thank you and good night.